Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue our coverage of Washington versus Ali and Ali. We are into day 2. We heard from 5 witnesses yesterday. And let me just check my audio real quick before I continue on. I'm the Squeegee of Justice. All right, sounds good there. Yeah, we had 5 witnesses yesterday, but the bus driver, first responder. We had 2 witnesses, the Wagners. Remember the Wagners, Mary and Josh. Josh was the one that actually detained Ihsan. And then we had the school resource officer, Justin Beltran, and Justin is still on the stand. We're going to come back with, that's what we're going to come back with. So how is everybody doing today? Let me see. If I go to my half screen or my quarter screen, I know it's going to be Stearns. I knew that. So I got to get prepared. There we go. All right. So for those that are new to the trial, we have Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Ihsan attempted to choke, as we found out yesterday, a naked, what was it? What did Josh call it? A naked, reverse naked chokehold or something like that? What did he call it? A rear naked choke. So there's video that's being shown. The court's not by a judge mandated. No, they're not showing the actual videos. We showed them. We'll show them again. Actually, before court starts. Well, do we need to show them again? Let me know if you guys need me to show those again. Rear naked choke, Jeremiah. Yes. Hey, Bice. Here I am. Angela, how are you? Sharon, Anita, good to see you. Sandy and Carol, thank you for joining us. Missy, Lily Wayne and Melissa, Daisy Jane and Bice, Betsy, Sherry M, CK, how are you guys doing? Candace and Katie, Michelle Phillips, how are you? Virginia and Kate, good to see you guys. Brat and Shandy, Alice Howell, LLH, just found this channel 2 minutes ago. I can't do court TV, so fingers are crossed for a great watch here. Well, we hope that you are pleasantly surprised and happy that you found us. Out and about with Diane, how are you doing? Willow Johnson, Michelle or Michael, I'm sorry, Michael, Cindy, good to see you. Let's see, that's as far back as I can scroll. So Agent 333, good to see you. William D'Angelo, good morning to you. Aussie Gardner saying good day to all. Trish, my friend is married to a man from Egypt, and after they were married, he turned really mean and abusive, and I think he believes in stuff like this, which is just not right. Hey, Tom, good to see you. Gordon saying hello. Terry H. Oops, let me pull up Gordon. There you go. How's it going, Gordon? Good to see you. Rachel, yes, court TV chat can be diabolical. Well, that's why we offer this. Hopefully, you guys will. Hopefully you will continue to follow in the footsteps of what we have created, which is a channel that we respect your opinion, but we ask that you be respectful of other people's opinions. You be courteous. If you do have a disagreement, you don't have to fight. You can say, this is my opinion, and just leave it at that. We don't need to beat each other over the head constantly. If you do post any disparaging remarks about anybody, whether it's in the trial or a chatter, we're going to time you out, and we'll delete that message first, and then we'll time you out. If you continue, which we hope you don't, we hope that we're all adults here, but if you do continue, we will ban you. So we don't want to ban anybody. We just want you guys to be adults and be respectful. That's all. There you go, Allison. Please be kind and or scroll past. Janet, best audio here by far. Thank you. Michelle Phillips, we keep it nice. We do. Hey, we can all have our opinions. Just be cool. Tom says, seems like a place to be. Yes, nice to see you. Silas says, it feels like I found the perfect place for trial watching. Awesome. Mallory, absolutely. Just keep it peaceful, you guys. Just be adults. That's all I ask. Just be adults. Let's not fight like we're in high school. Hey, Toots. How are you? Good to see you. Shh. Sharon, nice and clean. Absolutely. Helen, good morning all. I found a trial channel that is very friendly and kind to all. Thank you for that, Helen. That's what we strive for. That's what we aim for. And it's up to you guys to keep it like that. That's all I ask. It's up to you guys to just be cool. So okay, let's review from yesterday. We heard, we heard from John Denicola. He was the bus driver. We heard from Sapal Hang. I know I'm butchering your name. I'm so sorry. He was a first responder. He's the one, the body cam that we saw. He is the one that we witnessed his body cam. And it was Josh. It was actually Josh Wagner. So we had Mary Wagner and Josh Wagner. They both witnessed it. Mary was the wife. She called 911. Josh was the husband. He's the one that actually detained Ihsan. And then that's the body cam that we see in the videos that they've been showing. That's what we see. Justin Beltran, he's the school resource officer, and he was responsible for interviewing FATIMA. We now know her name. They've said it multiple times, so I don't think it's too egregious that we actually say it. Southern Gal should be starting at 9, top of the hour. So about another 7 minutes. Should be about another 7 minutes. Oh, well, thank you, Alexis, for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Number 1, Cat Whisperer got one, and Michael got one. Angelique got one. Awesome. Anita and Jeremiah. Wow, it's awesome. I think all you guys are actually in. I think you guys are all in the chat. JRN, just hang in there. Just hang in there. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that, Alexis. Thank you. Bree Roz saying, morning all. Adults until we see the kitty cam, then we turn into mushy kids, Kate says. Well, that's fine. Hey, Kimmy, good to see you. Aussie Gardner, this is the best chat ever. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys make it. You guys make it so. My cat's name is Karen. Good morning. I was just on X posting about this case. Melissa says, I love these trials on my time zone. Trixie12, good to see you. Debbie Blair saying hello to everybody. Where you be? We're in Florida. We are in Florida. I've been here since 2003. I think Erin moved in 89. I think she moved here in 89. My cat's name is Karen. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Awesome. Thank you. Ooh, Run with Scissors. Dwayne, hello to you, my friend. I promise that the ping pong match that I engaged in yesterday will not happen today. No worries. Edward saying hello to everyone. Bite me. Hello, everyone. Buttercup sends hugs and butter sugars. XOXO. Very nice. Let's see. My cat's name is Karen. Sent 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. This is the kitty cat chat. Bravo chick. Angela. Karen saying hello to everyone. Shandy got one. There's Run with Scissors. And Toots. Toots or Toots? See, I say Toots because I think of Toots in the Maytals, but is it Toots or is it Toots? I'm going to go with Toots. Carol, good morning to you. Roxy saying hello, hello. Shore Life, yes, I called the vet. We have an appointment for next Thursday at 9:30. Stefan Stearns may be starting, so we may have to. But here's the thing: they have to look at her first, and then if the doctor has time available, then they'll do her right there. But if not, then I got to bring her back. You moved to Pensacola from PA in 2000. Right on. I think I saw Trixie. You're in Florida as well. Peter Tupperware, good morning to you. Katie Cat, that's a long time to sweat. I'm a lifelong Alabamian, so I know the feeling, right? All right, Green-Eyed Cat, you got a meeting, I'm assuming at noon. BLP 2002, Bud, how are you? Patricia, RA recommended you. Glad to be here. Thank you. Yeah, we love Scott. We love RA. You're going to see a lot of people. You're going to see a lot of people from RA here, for sure. Pugs Mama, good to see you listening and cleaning the pool. What part of Florida? I used to live in Jacksonville. We were in southeast, so Fort Lauderdale, then West Palm, and now we moved. We're in the Orlando area. Yes, I am the squeegee of justice. Also, AKA Chris. First name Chris. My handle is squeegee of justice. So when you see me typing here, I'll pull it up right now. I'll say hello, chat. All right. So that's me. That's me. Aussie Gardner, yes. Chris is the host, adoringly known as the squeegee. Cat's name is Karen. You're going to Jacksonville for the Steelers game in August. Regina, I have so much family in Florida, never take advantage of it. Kate, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Roxy JRN, there you go. Oh, did you get one? Oh, you just missed one. Oh, I thought you were going to get one. Melanie, Lindsay. Abel got one. Awesome. American Girl got one. Heather, your brother lives near West Palm in Wellington. Yep, we know Wellington. That's west. We were on the coast. We lived like right by 95. My whole life down here was right by 95. Let me go over to the feed because they have kicked in. So let me get this action happening. All right. Let's get this happening for you guys. All right, here we go. Day 2, testimony continues. Just make sure I'm live. Got my closed captioning on. All right, we're good. Donna saying good morning. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Nomad, good to see you. And Bice, it is Taco Tuesday. I'm actually going to have a calzone. I have leftover. We had Pizza Friday. Warrior Queen, hello to you. Oh, Trixie, your daughter's headed to UCF. Nice. The largest school in America. I looked that up during one of our trials. UCF is the largest student body in America. I had no idea. I thought it was like Michigan or Texas or even Ohio State, but it's UCF of all things. Peter, you bought a squeegee yesterday to give your dirty windows justice? Nice. Hola, how are you? Mary, just found your channel, watching from Colorado. Thank you, Mary, for joining us. Katie, it does look like an antique headboard. I know, right? You're having chili? Oh, right. So we do Pizza Friday, right? So we got a calzone, and I still have pizza left, but I'm going to have the calzone at lunchtime and a salad. Calzone and a salad. I know, Jaren. You were so close. You were so close. You were so close. We just to call UCF, you can't finish. Oh, you used to call you can't finish. Yeah, I looked them up while we have time here to kill. I looked this up. I forget which trial we were watching, but largest student body. Oh, we were watching the Carlos Dominguez and UC Davis. Largest student body in college in the U.S. I'm almost positive it was UCF. It blew me away. I was shocked. Yep, UCF, 69,000, over 69,000. It blew my mind. I had no idea UCF was that big. Now here they've got, okay, so Texas A&M is 77,000. UCF has 69,000, but why were they saying, okay, maybe that's 23 to 24. And then University of Florida, then UF, then Ohio State, the Ohio State University, then Arizona State, then University of Illinois. Anyway, yeah, so UCF, I thought, see, it's really weird. When you Google it, it says the largest public university in the U.S. by undergraduate enrollment is the UCF. So then why does Texas thing come up? Why does Texas A&M come up? Oh. Anyway, UCF is huge. I guess that's the point of that exercise. Yeah, okay. How are you? Oh, did you just Oh, Trial TV Live just gifted. Oh, look at that. Trial TV Live just gifted five Trial TV Live gift memberships. I'm all caught up in the student body population. Suber, do you hear the meow? Oh, cat's name is Karen. I go to some games but love the preseason games, much less expensive. She's walking around here. I can show you. I'll show you. Super Ball's right there. That's Super Ball. Polly's walking around. She's going over there. My cat's name is Karen. I've got a kid who just went to band camp at FSU. Nice. Oh, here we go.
We are present on 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534. State versus Ali. These matters are before the court today on a continuation of trial. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali and representing Mr. Ali. Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. Before we resume, Ms. Stone, are there any preliminary issues from the state's perspective?
I don't know preliminary issues per se. I know Mr. Leary and I had a conversation this morning, Your Honor, just about scheduling. Prior to Ms. Ali's testimony, last week the court, through agreement of counsel, had agreed to provide that proffer in advance of kind of the topic areas based on the court's ruling. I did provide that to defense counsel. I think he would like to address that with the court prior to her testimony. The state anticipates that we'll finish with Officer Beltran this morning, then we'll move into Mr. Barnes and Mr. Stephen Holm. I think we'll need to break prior to Ms. Ali to address that issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Leary?
Nothing additional, just a request to address it prior to her testimony.
All right, and are the parties thinking this is 15, bless you, 15 minutes, 30 minutes? I have no idea how complicated or lengthy the issues are going to be.
I have basically a paragraph and then another sentence that has been addressed as potential testimony. I would think it would be less than 15 minutes.
Okay.
So I have my concerns and how it dovetails with, is it inside the court's ruling or outside?
All right, thank you. We will talk about whether or not we try and address that at 1:30, and then just have the jury come back at 1:45 this afternoon, but we'll talk about that when we know better where we are at after the testimony this morning. If you can please have Officer Beltran return to the stand, please, and if you could please bring in the jury. And then finally, there has been a request from the interpreters, a reasonable request, that the parties make certain that they keep their voices up and speak near a microphone because at times they've had trouble hearing the lawyers.
May I ask that to grab?
Yes.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Officer Beltran, you can come forward and return to the stand. Good morning. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the direct examination of this witness, Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may continue.
Excuse me. Officer Beltran, right when we left off yesterday, do you recall we were talking about photographs that you had taken of Isaiah? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that was following taking a statement from him, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 through 51. Yes. I'm going to ask you to review these silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are those?
Photographs I took after an audio and video recorded statement with Isaiah.
Okay, and photographs of who?
Isaiah.
Okay. Do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Isaiah as he appeared to you on the afternoon of October 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Again, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits 39 through 51.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No objection.
Mr. Larry? 39 through 51 shall be admitted.
Request permission to retrieve and publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Take those back. Zoom out a little bit.
That screen is not coming up. Thank you.
I'm showing what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 39. Officer
Just a
Bel.
moment.
Oh.
Sorry, they both went off.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing State's Exhibit 39. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Isaiah's the left side of Isaiah's face.
And what were you trying, you took these photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified as to the injuries that you physically observed, is that correct?
Correct.
What were you trying to capture in this photograph, State's Exhibit 39?
Just above his left eyebrow, you see like a bump. There's some redness and swelling there. That's what I was trying to capture on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to show State's Exhibit 51. What is that? What were you trying to capture in 51?
A different angle of that bump above his left eyebrow.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
Just an external shot of his face to show just his full face for context.
Do you have a clicker over here? I'm actually going to move it over. I think our clicker is.
All right, looks like the court feed just froze, but let's see if this happened yesterday too.
Terms of
There we go.
what you were trying to photograph.
Well, this photo just provides just the full context of his face, but you can also see the elevation on the left, above his left eyebrow or left temple area.
Thank you. And looking at State's Exhibit 40, Officer Beltran, what were we looking at here?
His left cheek, I was trying to capture the abrasion near his chin.
And 41, is this a photo of the same, but closer?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 49, who is that?
Isaiah.
Okay, thank you. Did you take photographs of Isaiah's hands as part of this process as well?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 42. What are we looking at here?
The top part of Isaiah's hands.
State's Exhibit 47. What were you photographing at State's Exhibit 47?
Some scratches on his left shoulder.
Okay. And what about State's Exhibit 45? What were you trying to photograph in 45?
To see if there were any markings on his neck.
Okay. Did you have any indication that Isaiah had been engaged in the same way with the adult male, with Mr. Ali, as Fatima had?
No.
Okay. And you said you also spoke with Fatima, is that correct?
I did.
And you took photographs of Fatima as well, is that correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with Fatima or observed Fatima, what, if anything, did you observe about her physical appearance?
Upon initial contact with her, and prior to requesting for medical, I had no contact with her, but I did observe her in the corner of the room. It wasn't until after fire had completed their evaluation when I re-entered the room and made contact with her. You inquired about demeanor?
Yes.
She was seated in the corner. She's fairly quiet until I engaged with her.
Did you observe any injuries to her?
Not initially.
Okay. What about after you had a contact with her?
Yes, so after I completed my preliminary interview and she was loaded up on the gurney, I did observe some scratches and red marks along both sides of her neck.
Okay. What about, how did she sound? How was her voice?
She spoke in a very low tone. Her voice was very raspy and almost as if it was dry.
And did you photograph what you were able to observe on Fatima as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as State's Exhibits 52 to 59. Review those silently to yourself, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are those?
Photographs that I took on my department-issued cell phone.
Okay. And photographs you took of who?
FATIMA.
Okay. And are those photographs associated with the events you've been talking about today?
Correct.
And do those photographs, States Exhibits 52 through 59, appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Ms. Ali as she appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit States Exhibits 52 through 59.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Leary, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
52 through 59 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, starting with States Exhibit 52. And who are we looking at in States Exhibit 52?
FATIMA.
Okay, and where is Fatima located at the time you took this photograph?
In the main office of Timberline High School.
Okay, and how is she currently pictured in this photograph?
In a gurney, prepped, ready to go to the hospital.
Okay, so you've looked at her, you taken these photos after medics, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 53. What are we looking at here, sir?
Facial photograph of FATIMA.
Okay. States Exhibit 54. What were you trying to photograph there? And I know it's bright.
There are some red marks and some scratches, I believe, on the left side of her neck. That's what I was trying to photograph.
Okay. Are you talking about what I would describe as just below the center of the photograph here?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 57. What are we looking at here?
The right side of Fatima's neck.
Okay. And again, there's lights right over the TV screens. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about the other side of her neck, was there anything about her jaw that you were trying to photograph?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about later?
Yes, so when I conducted the photographs, I inquired if Fatima had any other injuries or felt pain anywhere else, and so she advised me that she was feeling pain in her lower jaw.
So were you trying to take a photograph of that or capture that as well?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 56. What is that a photograph of?
A closer shot of the right side of her neck.
Okay. And States Exhibit 59. What were you taking a photograph here in States Exhibit 59?
Angle further back to capture both sides of her neck.
Okay. So why were you concerned about taking photograph of her neck?
Just given what information she provided to me as far as what went down in the incident, I wanted to make sure to fully capture her reported injuries.
Okay. And that was immediately after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And so after fire completed their evaluation, what happened next?
I was advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital for further medical evaluation.
Okay. Did you follow her to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. What did you do then next?
I remained on scene at Timberline High School and waited for Isaiah's guardians to arrive to conduct an audio and video recorded statement.
Okay. And then after you spoke with Isaiah and photographed Isaiah, what did you do?
I returned back to the Lacey Police Department.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else associated with this case?
I did contact the nonprofit organization that Fatima was working with to inquire whether or not bed space would be available in the event that she was discharged from the hospital, and then also contacted CPS and advised them of the incident.
Okay. What about, are you familiar whether a protection order or trespass order was associated with this case?
I am.
Did you do anything with those?
Yes, I located the temporary protection order that was issued on, I believe, October 14th between Isaiah's family and Fatima's mother. I uploaded that as part of evidence for the case, as well as the North Thurston Public School District trespass letter that was issued to Fatima's mother on September 17th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated just before that you had contacted the nonprofit associated with this case, as well as CPS, to check on status of whether there was availability for Fatima. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware whether Fatima was listed as a runaway at this point during your interactions with Fatima or that nonprofit?
After the fact, yes. It was associated with the initial 911 call, and it was cross-referenced, and it was also discussed with other officers that were on scene that she was the associated runaway from earlier in the day.
Okay. And let me ask you a general question. When somebody is a runaway, are they given a specific status, or is there a formal indicator of that?
Yes, they are listed in our system, or WASIC and NCIC, as a runaway. Just like in the event somebody wants to report a family member that's an adult as a missing person, they are assigned that designator in the event somebody were to run their name through dispatch.
And that's not, to be clear, that's not a crime, right? Being a runaway is not a crime that you would charge someone with.
Correct. It's a status offense. In the off chance that they were of an adult age, they wouldn't be entered into the system.
Okay. And when, let's say a school, well, you work in the schools, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody in the school, whether they know that they are formally listed as a runaway or they don't know, or maybe they just know colloquially, right? Maybe the student has just told them, is a school required to notify you if they come in contact with that person?
No.
Are you required to notify parents or guardians if you come in contact with that person?
Not initially.
Okay. And in what situation may you not be required to do that?
In the event the student expresses safety concerns.
And what about the school to you? Is that the same? If those safety concerns are expressed, does the school have to notify you?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I wanted to show you some exhibits here that have been marked as exhibits 524 through 504 through 524. If I may approach, Your Honor, I'd like to hand him exhibits 504 through 516 to begin with.
You may.
Officer, if you could just take a look at those for me real quick. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
And could you please tell us what those are?
Photographs of Isaiah.
And are those the same photographs that the prosecutor showed you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. If I may approach and take those back down real quick.
You may.
If I may approach again, Your Honor, I'm going to hand you two exhibits, 504 and
You may.
49. Officer, do those appear to be the same photograph?
Yes, with some distortion of, I'm assuming the printer, but yes.
Okay. They seem to have a little bit different coloring, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say that's just due to the printer?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to look at I'm going to hand you Exhibit 523 and 59. One moment. Take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos as the same photo?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in those photos, can you see different markings on the photos, on the face?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell us who that is that we're looking at there?
FATIMA.
Okay. And in exhibit number, is that 516? 523. Is there more or less markings in that photo?
More.
Okay. And what about the color of the sweater she's wearing?
The color of the sweater in 523 appears to be lighter.
Okay. And do you remember what the actual color was closer to in those?
Dark colored, possibly black.
Okay. So you think the photo that has more detail is of the face is less accurate color-wise?
I mean, given the lighting conditions, it is still a dark colored hoodie. Can you rephrase that question?
Well,
or
I
yeah.
just asked, the face on the one seems to show more detail, right?
Yes, on 523 it shows more detail.
Okay, but the sweater seems to be lighter in color.
Correct, versus the other exhibit, number 59.
Okay, so my question is, do you have any recollection that when you took the photo, which color was more accurate? Of the sweater, excuse me.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I may approach and drop those in. And so, these photos that you took appear different even though they're the same photo, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And printed out, yes.
Printed out differently? All right. And the photos, did you check 524 through 517 of FATIMA? Did you look at those yet? just the ones of us.
So Mr. Kading is handing the witness what's been marked 517 through 524, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and do those appear to be the copies of the pictures you took that day?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, if I may. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit exhibits 503, or excuse me, 504 through 524.
Mr. Larry, any objection?
There you are.
Ms. Stone,
May I go under the witness? Your Honor?
you may. Mr. Kading, Ms. Stone is going to voir dire the witness.
Fine.
Officer Beltran, just to be clear, when you take photographs, do you do anything special in terms of camera, adjusting the camera angle, doing anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Have you printed off photographs before?
In relation to this case or just in general?
In general.
Yes.
Have you experienced any difference in printing off photographs depending on where you print them?
Correct.
Okay, so they don't necessarily come out the same. Let's say if you print it off a home computer, or if you go print it off your work, or if someone else prints it off somewhere else. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were taking the photographs in this case, were you intending to do anything different with the camera, lighting or otherwise?
No.
Okay. What is your recollection of how Fatima's clothing appeared to you?
Dark and colored.
When you say dark in color, what do you mean by that? Like a green, a blue, a purple, something else? If you recall.
Yeah, almost black. Black hooded sweatshirt, black athletic pants, and black tennis shoes.
Okay. And so when Mr. Kading is presenting you with a photograph that I believe you described, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you described the color of Fatima's sweatshirt being lighter. Would you anticipate, based on your training and experience, taking photographs with this case and in your career, that might make someone look different?
Yes.
Okay. And depending on how you printed them, might more markings potentially show up if that photograph was lighter?
Correct.
So in the States, when the state provides you photographs and those photographs are darker, might that show less markings?
Yes.
Okay, so based on your review of the photographs from Mr. Kading, did it appear that his photographs were lighter?
Yes.
Does that make them less accurate or just different?
Different.
Okay.
Ms. Stone, you're voir diring the witness as it relates to whether or not you have an objection to 504 to 524.
Yes, Your Honor. I just had a follow-up question. When you look at those photographs between 504 to 524, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of them in compared to the states, or are they just different in terms of printing?
They're different just in terms of printing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Stone?
I do not, Your Honor.
504 through 524 shall be admitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, I am not going to move to publish these, as we have seen the photos. We will have them for the jury to look at later.
All right.
All right. Now, thank you, Officer Beltran. So you arrived at the school at approximately 2:20, is that right?
226.
2:26, okay. And did you first go to the parking lot?
I did.
All right. And how many officers did you see in the parking lot?
Several.
All right. Did you talk to any of them?
Initially, 2 of them.
Which were who?
Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang.
And when you saw Officer Hang, Was he at his vehicle, or was he on the street?
He was in the parking lot near his vehicle.
Okay. And at that time, did you see the defendant anywhere?
I did not.
Did you talk to any civilian witnesses in the parking lot?
No.
Thank you. All right. And when you got there, did you see Mrs. Ali anywhere?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after this incident?
I did not.
Subsequent to the 18th of October, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
With our, like within the department or
Yeah.
community
Sorry,
members?
You can't ask questions.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'll clarify.
Okay.
Did you talk with anyone else in the department about this case?
I did.
Okay. Who did you talk to?
Several officers, Officer Howard, believe some of our detective division, Sergeant Landworld, as far as updates go, Detective Sergeant Knight.
Did they give you anything more to do on this case?
On October 25th, 2024 at 7:29 hours in the morning, I did drive by Fatima's residence just to see if any vehicles were present, and none were located. And that information was relayed back to the detective division.
Okay. So you were directed by someone in the department to go drive by the residence?
I wouldn't say I was directed. I voluntarily drove by the residence.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Warrant Officer Beltran, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Officer Beltran, are you familiar with something called body cam?
I am.
What is that?
It's a department-issued camera that all officers carry on them when they're out and patrolling or out doing their job function.
Okay. And how does that work? Is it on all the time? Is it something that you turn on? How does that work, system?
Typically, it's something we activate, but in the event that we have a emergency signal that gets activated either through our patrol vehicle, sometimes the camera does auto-activate.
And did you have body cam on you on October 18th of 2024?
I did.
And was it activated and working at that time?
It was.
Okay. What about when you made contact with the minors in this case?
It was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Ask you to look at that silently to yourself for a moment, please, and then look up at me when you're done, sir. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 60?
Looks like a still shot from my body-worn camera in the room where Fatima was seated while she had her medical evaluation, as well as the same location I conducted my preliminary interview.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of that still shot from your body cam on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, so they would move to admit State's Exhibit 60.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
There you are.
60 shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve and publish?
You may.
I'll give it a second to autofocus. Officer Beltran, can you orient the jury to what they're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, Fatima is seated on the couch. This is where I conducted my preliminary interview. Just for reference, my body camera is located on the left side of my external carrier. So this would be the angle from my external vest.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say external carrier, do you mean your vest?
I do.
Okay. So when it's on the left side of your vest, that's the angle based on that. There are markings on this exhibit in the upper right-hand corner of that still shot. Can you explain what those markings are, please?
Yeah, it's a timestamp that's associated only to my body camera.
And what do you mean by that?
So with the body cam rolling, it constantly updates the timestamp with the date, the time, as well as my the serial number of my assigned body camera.
Okay. And when you say your serial number of the assigned body camera, what number are you referring to? Is that the number starting with the X60?
Correct.
Okay. What is this marking on the very top right-hand corner, just for clarity? The yellow marking.
It's the Axon logo, which is the company that provides us with the body-worn camera service.
So just to be clear, it has nothing to do with this case. It is just the camera systems marking itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes, please.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Mr. Barnes, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Victor Barnes, Barnes.
And Mr. Barnes, what city do you reside in?
Lacey, Washington.
And how long have you lived in Lacey?
About 11 years or so.
And who do you reside with?
My wife and my 2 younger children.
And when you say your 2 younger children, male or female?
Both male.
Okay. And are you familiar with someone of those children, Isaiah Williams? And did you live in that location in the fall of 2024, September, October of 2024?
Yes.
Where did or does your son, Isaiah, go to school?
Timberline High School.
And in the fall of 2024, do you know what year of school he would have been starting?
His junior year.
Are you familiar with someone named?
Yes.
how are you familiar with Fatima?
They were friends and began dating.
And were you familiar with Fatima's parents at all?
After a while, yes.
Okay. Had you met or spoken with them at any point, either or both at any point during the time Fatima and Isaiah were friends or dating?
Yes.
And just timeline-wise, when about did that occur?
I had a phone conversation with Ihsan Ali on about September.
September of 2024?
Yes. 16th or 17th.
Would you recognize either Ihsan Ali or Zahraa Ali by sight?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Starting with Ihsan Ali, can you please identify for the record where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting in the first chair over here, and he has on a gray blazer, it appears.
The
Okay.
record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Thank you. And what about Zahraa Ali? Do you recognize, do you see Mrs. Ali, excuse me, in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you identify for the record, please, where she is located and an article of clothing that she is wearing?
She's sitting at the end of the table over there with a black shirt, dress shirt.
And the record will reflect that the witness has identified Mrs. Ali.
And Mr. Barnes, without providing any details, was there an incident between your son and Miss Ali somewhere, or excuse me, Mrs. Ali, somewhere around September 17th of 2024?
Yes.
As a result of that incident, did you or your wife, or both, and Isaiah have any concerns for Isaiah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you, it's one object.
I think they changed their mind.
No objection.
Based on those concerns, did you engage the court or judicial system for assistance?
Yes.
And what assistance did you request from the court system?
I went to go get an anti-harassment protection order against Mrs. Ali.
Protecting who?
Isaiah Williams.
Were you, in fact, granted a protection order?
Objection as to, well, I guess I would ask for clarification as to the date of the order that was granted.
I'm going to overrule that can be either further addressed if the state chooses to in other questions or addressed by you in cross-examination.
So you said you were granted that. Do you recall what court that order was issued out of?
The juvenile detention center over there in Tamar.
Okay. And do you that order, do you recall when that order was requested?
October 14th.
Okay. And who petitioned for that order?
I did.
And did you petition for it on behalf of yourself or someone else?
I petitioned on behalf of my son Isaiah.
How old was Isaiah at the time?
16 years old.
Okay. And who were you petitioning for protection against?
Mrs. Ali.
And when you say Mrs. Ali, do you mean Zahraa?
Yes.
And how did you make that request to the court? Meaning, is that something that you do online? Does that occur in a court hearing or something else?
I went in person. At a court hearing, yeah, court hearing.
Okay. As part of that court hearing, is that a court hearing that Miss Ali attends? Did she attend that hearing?
I don't recall seeing her there.
Do you recall who was there for that court hearing?
Myself, my wife, the judge, and other people there for their cases.
Okay. Do you recall who the judge or the court commissioner was for that hearing by chance?
Commissioner Rue.
As part of that court hearing, did you provide testimony or answer any questions of the court?
Yes.
And once that court hearing was complete, did the court actually grant a temporary order of protection with a follow-up hearing date?
Yes.
Do you recall what the follow-up hearing date was set for?
October 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what kinds of protections were put in place regarding Isaiah as a result of that hearing?
Wasn't allowed to come within 1,000 feet of him, the school, where he goes to school, his home, and just him in general.
Okay. Are you aware, had Miss or Mrs. Ali been to your home prior to that? Do you recall if she had been at your residence at any time?
Yes.
Okay. So would she have known where your residence was?
Yes.
Okay. The incident, again, without any details associated, was that associated with the school in any way, Timberline High School?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, let me rephrase that. The location of the incident that caused concern, where did that incident occur?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Had Mrs. Ali's husband, Ihsan Ali, ever been to your home before?
Yes.
So would he have also been aware of what that location?
Yes.
Do you know if Haneen Ali had been to your residence previously?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And do you know who was directed to serve a copy of that order on Mrs. Ali?
Lacey Police Department.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Barnes, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 36. I'd ask you to look at that silently to yourself, review those pages, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Mr. Barnes, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
A temporary protection order.
Is that the temporary protection order about which you've been speaking earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that temporary protection order?
Yes.
Do you, as part of that process, receive your own copy of that order?
Yes.
So before today, have you had an opportunity to review your own order that you received from the court system in comparison to this order?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take that back from you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, I'm going to ask you some questions. First of all, who is listed up top, I would say top third of the page here in the header block?
That would be myself.
Order were you requesting here, listed under the cause number?
Harassment.
Okay. And is it a permanent or listed as a temporary protection order?
Temporary.
And what is the date for the next hearing that has been provided?
October 24th.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. What was the result of that hearing?
Objection as to relevance as to what happened on the phone.
Sustained.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the order, what information then is followed on that order? Who is identified, I suppose, down here on the front first page?
Oh,
Personal information for Miss Ali.
yes.
Okay. And does it indicate, well, let me back up. What is this marking here on the document?
Oh, that's the stamp from the courthouse,
Okay.
making it official.
Okay. And what about on looking at page 2 of 11 on State's Exhibit 36? Who is identified and does it have his age listed on there?
Yes.
At the time that this interaction occurred, how long, to your knowledge, how long had Isaiah and Fatima been friends and or dating?
About a year or so.
Okay. So this wasn't, at the time of this wasn't like a brand new relationship between these two. Is that fair to say?
Very fair to say.
Okay. Looking at page 4 of 11 of, well, actually, yeah, 4 of 11 of State's Exhibit 36, under paragraph 8, the directives to the restrained person, what is initially listed under A?
No harm.
And what is the directive under A to the restrained person?
The minor is in section 3 above.
So does it clearly, essentially link back to your son?
Yes.
Okay. And under subsection D of that, does it indicate where your address is, the address specifically to stay away from?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the address that Ihsan Ali and Zahraa Ali had previously been to?
Yes.
So it wasn't a different address than what they had previously visited?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, and one more. Under D, how many feet does it say Miss Ali is to stay away from your son?
1,000.
Okay. Is that 1,000 feet underlined?
Yes.
Okay. And had your son gone to school, if you know, with Fatima Ali at the time of those events?
Yes.
Okay. So was there any confusion? Well, had there been any change in your son's school since September to October?
No.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination?
Morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning.
You said you had 2 children. Isaiah is how old now?
He's
Other child. Do you have any other children?
no.
Okay. So, just one preliminary. Have you watched any of the proceedings on this case on TV at all?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any videos on this case?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When you parent your children, you have rules, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they're pretty set. The kids know what to do.
Correct.
Okay. And if they break the rules, you punish them, right?
Depends.
Okay. So if they break the rules, what do you do if you don't punish them?
I asked them why they broke the rule.
Okay. What if they don't have a good reason? Then do you punish them?
Depends on what their answer is.
Okay. Do you have the final call on what happens after you talk to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Me and my wife.
All right. And so you have different boundaries, different punishments, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if they do something bad, worse punishment, right? Right?
That's fair.
Okay. Okay. And I know kids nowadays, bad punishment sometimes be taking their phone?
That can equate to a bad punishment.
Okay. And that's because they use their phone to talk to their friends, essentially live their life nowadays, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you take it, it's a pretty big deal. Okay.
I'm sorry, just have to have a verbal response.
Oh, yes, correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's okay.
So, as a parent, you set the rules, you do the punishments. How would you feel if I were to set,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
okay. If you didn't get the desired results from your punishment or your discipline or your talking to your kids, what would you do?
I will consult with my wife.
Okay. And you said you went to court for your son to get this protection order, right?
Yes.
Okay. He wasn't there.
No.
Okay. It's just you and your wife.
Just me.
Okay.
Yes, me and my wife, correct.
You and your wife. Okay. And so you went to court on behalf of your son because he was a minor, I assume, to get
Yes.
this order. Okay. And that's because parents make decisions for their kids, right?
Yes, when they are able to.
Okay. Now, you knew that that Fatima was not supposed to be dating Isaiah, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you knew he was, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you did not have a rule against him dating her.
Yes.
You did have a rule?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not allowed.
We did not want them dating.
Okay. But they were dating,
Yes.
and it continued
Yes.
for quite some time.
I don't know how long quite some time is.
Okay. Did you ever go to the Ali's home?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with the Ali's of any real substance?
Yes.
When was that?
September 16th or 17th?
Okay. Now, was that in relation to this incident that your son was involved in at the school?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to them at some point after an incident your son had at the school with Mrs. Ali,
Correct.
and you spoke to Mr. Ali.
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't talk about other topics.
Yes.
You did talk about other topics.
Well, we talked about keeping the kids, keeping his wife away from our child.
Related to that incident, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And he wanted to keep the kids separate.
Okay.
So his result to that was yanking her out of school.
I'm going to move to strike, Your Honor.
It's responsive to the question, Your Honor.
Non-responsive.
Just a moment. Sustained is to non-responsive.
So, in the year that your kids were friends and dating, you talked to Mr. Ali one time.
Once over the phone and once in person when they came to our house.
Okay. All right. And fair to say you're not friends with them,
Very fair.
okay? And do you, yeah, well, it would be wrong for you to make parenting decisions for them, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So I just want to follow up on a couple of things. So after the September 16th around issue incident, you had a conversation with Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
Was there contact between my client and your son after September 16th, as far as you're aware?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So we have the incident mid-September, and I've heard a couple of different dates, but so basically around the 16th, on the 16th?
16th or 17th, one of those days.
Okay. And so then you go to court on October 14th to petition for an anti-harassment order, correct?
Correct.
And you described where it was, correct?
Correct.
And that is, so you fill out paperwork in advance, and then you walk into court and say, here's what I would like. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And it's a walk-in calendar, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like you reserve a date in front of a judge. It's you go in, you sign up and say, here's my request. I'd like the judge to hear the request, correct?
Correct.
And so Mrs. Ali would not have any idea that you were going in that day, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you didn't tell her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no reason, you had no, and I'm not suggesting you should have, but there was no attempt to notify her. That's not how this works, correct? And the purpose is that if there is a temporary order granted, she gets an opportunity to then respond on the October 24th date, correct? Is that a yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so were asked on direct as to whether Ms. Ali was present at the temporary order, and you said you weren't sure, correct?
I didn't see her when I was there.
Okay, so, but just to be clear, there was no reason to think that she would have been there, correct?
Not if she wasn't notified.
Exactly, and there's nothing to suggest that she was notified. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right, so, and she didn't sign the temporary order because that's why you had the police officer had to go and give her the paperwork, right?
Correct.
Right, okay. And so, and the thrust or the reason that you talked about going to get the order in October was the September 16th incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Barnes, is it, when you say you don't want to talk about your other child, is that just because you're trying to increase the number of children in the court proceedings today? Involve their names, their information?
That's one reason.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you questions about your parenting style and punishment and consulting with your wife. Do you talk to your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how would you describe your relationship with your kids?
Pretty strong, pretty good.
Do you have an open communications or something different?
Very open.
Okay. So when you went to get this order, was Isaiah aware of it, that you were going to get this protection order requested?
Yes.
Okay. Is that because you guys talked about it as a family?
Yes.
Okay. You said that they, you were aware at the time that FATIMA was not supposed to date, and you were trying to keep the kids from dating. Tell me about that. What do you mean?
Well, at the beginning, they were just friends. And then I guess somewhere along the way, they began dating. Wasn't to my knowledge until they were a little while into dating. And I realized she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend, and I tried to, say, hey, let's not further this more than what it needs to be. If that's their rules, that's their rules. Let's not involve ourselves in that. But, the kids, so it's hard to, love is a strong thing when you're a child. And when you don't know no better, you sort of don't know no better. So that's sort of where we were coming from as parents. But as time went on, things got very strange, and ensued the incident on September 16th or 17th.
And again, without going into those details. Mm-hmm.
So ensued that situation, then follow up a few weeks later. Policemen escort the parents to our home, looking for her when she wasn't there. Then follow up. Our son's being hit at school. So, yeah. And she's getting choked.
Okay. And have you met Fatima before?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe Fatima?
She's a nice young lady.
Okay. What, did you meet her prior to October 18th, 2024? Or after?
I want to say I met her after.
Okay. If you met her before, do you have a specific recollection of it?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And so you talked, it sounds like, because of understanding the parents' position, it sounds like your testimony, as you and your wife talked about, just trying to chill things out so there wasn't that conflict. Is that a fair reflection of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke with their parents, did you speak with both Mrs. Ali and Mr. Ali, just one or the other of them?
Just Mr. Ali. We were, because before I went and pressed charges, filed a complaint on Mom, I wanted to inform him and, let him know.
Okay.
So I think.
So it's not something that you did without any communication with the Ali family. You had a communication with the Ali family in advance of making that request.
Yes, I just didn't have communication with her.
Okay, but you did with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you speak Arabic, or did you have that conversation?
I do not. It was in English.
Okay. When you went on October 14th to get that order, that temporary protection order, did you have to provide facts to the judge for the judge to weigh?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't just go in and ask for it and it was granted. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Barnes, you mentioned that the Alis came to your house with the police. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were looking for Fatima?
Correct.
Okay. And when was that?
Sometime October, probably October 10th or 11th.
Okay.
It was the week prior to me filing the Friday prior, or Thursday prior to me filing the protection order.
Okay. And did that trigger you filing that?
Once I found out they realized where we live, then yes, that's sort of what boosted me into getting that done ASAP.
All right. Now, just to be clear, Fatima had been to your house, right?
What do you mean?
Prior to that date, Fatima had been there.
So we stayed in an apartment complex.
Right. Had she come to visit your son there, I guess is what I'm asking.
Not at our house, no.
Okay.
But in the neighborhood, I guess you can say yes.
Okay. So she had never been in your house?
No. Not to my knowledge.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, had your son ever been in her house?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So when they did show up at your house, they were with the police, though?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross?
No, you aren't. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused? Ms. Stone?
One moment, please, Your Honor. I have one final question, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Barnes, when you had that conversation with Mr. Ali prior to filing the protection order to let him know that it was coming, had you made the determination that it was coming at that point, or were you having a conversation with Mr. Ali to decide whether you were going to file it once they knew where you lived? Does my question make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. The answer is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Once we had the phone conversation, my intent was to immediately file. Once I found out the school had a no trespass order on Zahraa Ali and the parents pulled her out of school, I didn't really feel like my son was in the immediate danger until they knew where we lived. Once I found out they knew where we lived and they came to our home, that's when I said, well, I have to do something. So
if I understand your testimony, this wasn't, well, let me ask this question a different way.
yeah.
Is it fair to say the reasons for requesting a protection order as a result of that September incident, there are a multitude of those reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you try and avoid making a request for the protection order?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel like you were able to avoid making that request?
Yes.
Were you able to avoid making?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. I was
That's
not.
okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Mr. Keating?
Yes, Your Honor. Just so we're clear on this, you've mentioned twice now that they pulled her out of school. Right? You've mentioned that. You have no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Need to repeat
Yes.
this one.
You have no contact with them about their child's school. Is that right? With the Alis.
Yes, correct.
You have no contact with them. And any information that you got regarding anything about the Alis came from your son, correct?
In the school.
The school about the incident, but about her, about Fatima, came from your son. Correct?
Overruled.
From the school and my son, yes.
Okay. So the information about Fatima's family came from your son that you got.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any cross? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, you aren't.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay in the courtroom however you so desire. Thank you. So members of the our morning recess, which we anticipate will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. The bailiffs can come forward and lead you back. Going to be an issue ultimately before Fatima is called to testify. I would like to be provided with a copy of whatever it was that the state provided to Mr. Larry and Mr. Kading so that I can review that in advance of the argument. If you could print that off and provide it to my clerk during the recess so that that can be provided to me during the recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the court and the state, the questions would pertain to bullet point 18. And the first two bullet points of the re-trip on the last page.
As to what?
Regarding the trip.
Oh, okay.
There's a bullet point or two at the top of that last section.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, the court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, I'm trying to find out what the makeup of the jury is. Nothing is publicly reported. So unless we have somebody in the courtroom, we don't know what the makeup of the jury is. So that's that stinks. All right, few things. We went through a little internet issue thing there. So what happens is you won't be able to rewind. Sometimes it gets so bad that you won't be able to rewind. So you have to wait till YouTube processes the full video, and then you'll be able to rewatch it tonight. I know that stinks. It's not ideal. Trust me, we know we're having issues. We appreciate you guys telling us, but we know it before you guys know it because we're like on a 10, 15 second delay or whatever. So whatever I'm saying now, you're going to hear like 10 seconds from now. So I know we're having internet issues, and when you guys see it glitching, sometimes it's the court, sometimes it's the live feed, sometimes it's our internet. Sometimes we've had really good days where we don't have any problems, and then we have yesterday and today we're having some issues. So it is what it is, but you won't be able to rewind until after YouTube processes the video. So again, I know it's not ideal, but it's the best I can do right now. So let's go through. We heard Fatima. She's going to testify. I hope we can at least hear her audio. I hope they don't just completely, not show any of that. All right, so we picked up with Justin Beltran. He was the school resource officer, and they just talked about printed photos may be different from reality. Yeah, of course, whenever you print anything, it's going to be different from reality. Some of these questions were just very silly. I don't even really have much. All right, let's just get to Victor Barnes, father to Isaiah. So Isaiah was starting his junior year last year, so he's a senior obviously now. He said they knew they were friends, and then they began dating. He said he was friends with his parents for a while, meaning the Alis. So there was an incident September 16th or the 17th, and he had a phone conversation with Ihsan. Then he had concerns for his son, Isaiah, as he should, so he had a protection order against Zahraa. So Ihsan and Zahraa had been to his home, and that was in regards to this incident at Timberline High School in September. He got a temporary protection order for harassment, and October 24th was the next hearing. Now, don't forget this happened October 18th. So Fatima and Isaiah had been dating for about a year before that happened. Then the order states his address for the Alis to stay away, and it was 4,000 feet. So they're to stay away for 1,000 feet. Then cross pops up. Let's see. Cross pops up, and Isaiah, he didn't want, so he has another child. Then he went into this whole thing. Cross. So do you have rules? Yes. And they're set rules? He said, correct. If they break those rules, will you punish them? He's like, it depends. What do you do? I asked them what they did. But you have the final call after you talk to them. Yes, me and my wife. I'm assuming there's some parents on this jury. I'm assuming there's at least one or two parents on this jury. They're going to be like, are you kidding me? Yeah, we have rules, but when our kids break them, we don't choke them out in the middle of the day. Not that it's justifiable in the middle of the day in public, but it's not justifiable anywhere. But I mean, seriously? Anyway, that's where the defense was going. They have boundaries. He says the final call after you talk to them. He says, yes, me and my wife have the final call. They have boundaries. Let's see, you may take their phones. He said, how would you feel if I said that was objected to, that was sustained, and that was the defense was asking that question. If you didn't get the desired result, what would you do? He said, well, I would consult with my wife. He knew Fatima wasn't to date Isaiah. Didn't know that. And he knew they were. So he knew that Fatima was not allowed to date. So he had a rule for them dating. That he didn't want them to date either. He was like, yeah, no, I don't want you guys to date. But he's like, kids are kids, you know, they're 16, 17 years old. They're in love. What do they know about love, right? So let's see. So September 16th. Okay, so after that incident, the Alis came to his house. They talked about keeping his wife away from Isaiah. Ihsan wanted to keep them separate, so they yanked her out of school. That was objected to and that was sustained. But he got it out there. So she was yanked out of school by the Alis. So he got that out there, even though it was sustained. I don't think they struck it from the record. If they did, I missed that. So he talked over the phone and then once in person when they came to his house. He says he is not friends with the Alis, not by any stretch of the imagination. They are not friends. Let's see. Wrong for him to make parenting decisions for the Alis. Yeah, of course. Sarah Sky Craig, the defense has no defense. That's ridiculous. I know, right? Hey, you Bice, how are you? Lily Wayne, jurors are thinking these are stupid questions. Yeah. Sylvia, okay, I hope you got your answer. Mellow Yellow, we know what happened in Romeo and Juliet. That is true. Sweet Vampy, are they on break? I had to take care of something. Yes, 15-minute break. 15-minute break. Yep, young black economist. I guess there were two sons, like 3 and 5. Is that what I'm understanding? They have three sons. I think they're 3 and 5. She took them to their uncle, I believe. Yep, short break, Curville says. Northwest, yep, house arrest more than homeschooling. I hear that. Janet says, defense so far is downplayed injuries and say the father had the right. Pretty much. That's pretty much. Nosy Rosie, the mother sounds insane. Yeah, something's going on. All right, let me continue on with my recap here. Okay, so redirect. Doesn't want to talk about his other child because he doesn't want to involve him, of course. I think he said he had 2 sons, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He talks to his kids and he describes the relationship as pretty strong and open. He says Fatima and Isaiah were friends, and then they started to date. He said he didn't know until a bit later. They're like kids. They're not going to come home. You remember when you were 16, you didn't come home and say, hey, guess what? I just started dating. No, it just happens. And then maybe after a week or two, a month, then that's when you say, hey, I mean, that's the way I did it. I didn't come running home and say, guess what, Mom and Dad, I'm 16 and I got myself a girlfriend. I think that my parents probably didn't even know about half of the girlfriends I had, Anyway, he realizes Fatima wasn't supposed to have a boyfriend and he wanted them to disengage. Then he said, love is love. They were kids. As things went on, he says that's when it got strange. So then there's that September 16th, 17th incident. So law enforcement escorted Ali's to their home. So the law enforcement came over with them. I think that's when they were saying, hey, our daughter's run away. Where is she? So they didn't say anything about Fatima being with them, though. Being with the Barneses, right? Because I thought, didn't she seek refuge there? They didn't say anything about that. So he says, our son is getting hit at school and she's being choked. Fatima is a nice lady. He said he met her after the incident and he spoke to the Alis in English. So, yeah, he didn't say anything about, because I thought I heard some chatter or something that she ran away from home. I think that morning, right? That 4 o'clock in the morning, she ran away from home and I think she went to their house. I think. So. Leslie asked, so the Alis lied to the police? No, because they filed a missing person. So maybe that's what it was. They filed a missing person and then they went to the Barnes' house, I think. Maybe that's how it worked. Bai says, yeah, the defense is crossed, particularly on dads, is laughable. It's pretty weak. Teenage love is strong. Young Black Economist. No residential status in Canada for parents, but clearly the Canadian government is okay with the uncle taking custody of the kids. Well, it's still a family member, right? Just another rumor with no foundation in facts. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's if that is true, it's a familial resident. It's a relation, familial relation. Denny Dawn, I read on Daily Mail where it first happened, and it said one of the sons is autistic, and he was about. I hope if true CPS is looking into the boy's well-being, I learned some stuff. This fan is something. Thank you for that. I don't know. Do we trust the Daily Mail? Are they reputable? Nosy Rosie, in what world is it okay to try and delete your kids? There are so many people who want kids and can't have them, and these people are upset with their daughter, so decide to take her life. It's nuts. I hear you. I agree. Amber Fox, Fatima's testimony will definitely be very important to this case. That is probably the understatement of the year. I mean, anytime a victim testifies, that's always like, yeah. CCGTV, they went with the police to Isaiah's home. I think, I want to say that was when she went missing. According to the defense's opening, I think at 4:00 in the morning, that morning, they woke up, I guess, because they were going to go take her to Iraq, right? They were going to get on a plane, and she was missing, or she was not in her bed, and I think maybe that's when they went over to her house. I think. I tried to find that out, and I don't know. We thought maybe I think. I don't know. I'm not even going to. I don't know, Heartless Soul. I tried to find that, and there's very, very little information on them. Very little information. So the Daily Mail, yeah, meh. Are they kind of like that's what I thought. That's kind of what I thought. It's like a TMZ kind of thing. Mellow Yellow, the Canadian government would have to know the kids were staying with the uncle. They couldn't enter. They could have entered on a tourist trip. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? According to Seattle News, Fatima has a protective order on her parents. Bice says, yeah, thank God Fatima ran. Agreed. Angelique says, are we going to be able to watch her testimony? Don't know, or only hear it. I do not know. Let me look into my crystal ball. I wish I knew the answer to that. I really do. Anita says, the question is, will she still speak kindly of both parents or be strong enough to stand up to them on the stand? That is true. Heartless Soul, thank you for trying to find out. That would explain a lot of their mindset. Yeah, there's just not a lot of information on. I wanted to see what Ihsan did for a living. What was his background? When did they come over to the States? Were they born here? I'm thinking not, but I wanted to see when they immigrated. Couldn't find that out. There's like very, very little information on them, like very little. So whatever they did before, I guess I don't know. They were kind of off the grid. They were off the grid. Cynthia, I read some articles on Daily Mail, lots of articles on the site. Silver Fox, I think she'll make excuses for the mother. We'll see. Janet, I hope we at least get audio, I know. And the boyfriend, Stacy. I can't wait to hear the boyfriend. Yeah. That would be Isaiah. Did we ever find out how long Fatima had been in the U.S.? I think she was born here. I think. Again, there's like so little. Let me ask. Let's see. Was Fatima born in the U.S.? Couldn't find any official or media reports. Court documents or docket filings may include her place of birth or nationality. Voir dire sometimes notes of minor's origin. Clerks in Thurston County may be able to release birth. Yeah, it's just there's nothing that's being reported. It's not public. If it's out there, it's not public. We got to dig for it. And Natty says Daily Mail is not reputable. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I know of them. I've never really looked at their stuff, so I can't really say one way or the other. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but I think of them as like a TMZ or something. Yeah, Cat Whisperer couldn't find anything on the family, right? They're very it's under wrap and keys. What? No, wrap and keys. What does that even mean? Under wraps. Where did I come up with wrap and keys? Under key and lock, under wraps. I think I just combined. I think I just turned into my father for like 10 seconds there. Under wrap and keys. Okay. Northwest, anyone look them up on Washington State Archive site? I have not. Lucy says the Daily Heel is for white right-wingers who can read. All right, well, we'll not get into politics. We're going to keep that, keep politics out. Right, left, middle, I don't care. I don't care about that. Green-eyed cat, maybe it will get asked on the stand. It could be. It could be. Yes, under lock and key. Thank you, Anna and Snowcat. Yes. I tried researching, couldn't find squat.
Ms. Stone, any issues before the jury comes back in?
Your Honor, briefly, I know that when the court took the media request for filming at the beginning of this case, there were different media present than there are now in the courtroom, and I'm not sure all of the same information has been relayed to other media in the courtroom. So I would ask the court to maybe refresh the rules for media as it relates, especially as we're moving into the FATIMAs coming up in terms of testimony.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court?
No.
Mr. Larry? All right. The only media organization that has any permission to record this proceeding in any fashion is Court TV. No other media agency organization has requested permission from the court to record this proceeding, and therefore is prohibited from recording this proceeding unless and until they were to make such a request and understand any limitations that the court might place upon the proceeding. Members of court administration have viewed portions of what is happening here in the courtroom. I have not, and I will not, while this case is pending. It has been reported to me that Court TV is appropriately following all of the court's parameters on the proceeding in every fashion. And so clearly they are, with permission, live streaming this matter and following the court's directive. So in any way that I do not need to remind them of what the requirements are, because they are in fact following it, and no one else has permission to record this proceeding in any fashion. Does that address your issues?
It does, Your Honor, and I just wanted to be clear, I also have not watched, I have no intention to watch or look, but I have not had any reports from anyone as to Court TV. We've had multiple communications with Court TV in advance of this. They've been nothing but accommodating and understanding based on minor victims, as well as the victim in this case, minor witnesses, as well as Miss Ali in this case, who has just recently turned 18. I think that they are aware of that, but they also understand that at the time of these events, she was a minor, and she also, for all of the reasons the court previously ruled, is not to be recorded. They understand that. I just wanted to make that very clear for other media as well.
All right, thank you. Finally, before we bring the jury back, right before I came out on the bench, I was provided a copy of the proffered information, so I have not looked at that yet. If we conclude Is it?
So they muted. They are muted. I don't know if we'll be able to hear. So she just recently turned 18, but she was 17 when this happened. But she's 18 now. Oh, this is going to stink if we can't hear it. This is really going to stink. I know. Well, when we did Sarah Boone, we'd have to follow the same court orders. If we were, when we did Sarah Boone, we'd have to follow the same standards. If we were there streaming, if we were tapped into the feed, we'd have to follow the court's order, and we wouldn't be able to stream it, or we'd have to, that would be a pain in the butt. I would not want to do that. Where I'd have to like mute. I wonder if they're on a delay. They may not even told us that, but they might be on a delay, maybe like a 5-minute delay, so they can mute when somebody says something. I wonder. Joe Shamrock, parents are in custody. Many courts just put the camera to a wall and let the audio through, Kerrville says. I hope so. Please give us the audio, Your Honor. Snowcat says, I know. At least give us the audio. At least give us the audio. We should be able to hear what judge and lawyers are saying. I know, Sam. They keep cutting the audio. They did that yesterday, too. They did they let the jury go, and then they had a whole conversation at the end of the day for like 5 minutes, and we didn't hear a thing. Melissa, we're not sure yet. We're not sure. I'll let you know in like 2 minutes, because if they don't let us at least hear the audio, like her testimony could be 2 days, And then what do we do? So the only feed that's out there is Court TV, you guys. So I'm using that feed. Let me see here. Now I'm going to, even the local news is using Court TV's feed. Court TV is the only one that is out there. And Court TV does not have audio. So hold on. Yep. Yep. They've got it off. They've got it off. They're just going to show him the entire time. Son of a. Now I feel like Ralphie in Christmas Story when I found out, drink more Ovaltine. Son of a. Yep.
In 2024, where were you going to school?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And what grade were you in October of 2024?
My, what's it called? Freshman year? Sophomore year.
Okay. Is this your first time testifying in front of a big crowd?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just speak up a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah.
And Elijah, I take it as summer break right now?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you doing during summer break?
I'm currently working and enjoying my summer.
Okay. Fair enough. And Elijah, in October of 2024, what time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
My parents would drop me off.
Okay. Are there times where you would take the bus as well?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And when you do take the bus, are you taking the school bus or the inner city transit bus?
The inner city transit bus.
Okay. How do you normally get home from each day from school?
From my parents or the inner city transit bus.
Okay. And with regards to the inner city transit bus, are there any IT bus stops around Timberline High School?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And how many?
There's one right in front of it,
Okay.
and then another one down the road.
Okay. And Elijah, I'm going to ask you some questions about an incident on October 18th of last year. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to school on October 18th of last year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after school was done for the day at about 2 p.m., where did you go?
To the bus stop right outside of the school.
Okay. And is that the IT bus stop?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you go to the bus stop?
So I could get home.
Okay. When you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else there, or were you the only were you the only person there?
There were the other students there.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the students?
I know it's hard, and I don't know if you can scoot just a little bit
I'm
closer.
sorry.
It's okay. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yeah.
The microphone also, you can twist it up a little bit so if it's easier. Okay. You indicated that you, when you got to the bus stop, you recognized your friends. Who are some of your friends that were at Jacob? Were there other students that were at the bus stop? While you were at the bus stop, did something out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe happening?
I observed a girl getting attacked by an adult.
Okay, and the girl that you indicated that got attacked, do you know who she is?
Yes.
Okay, back in October of that day, did you know who she was?
I had heard of her, yes.
Okay, were you friends with that girl?
No.
Okay, and do you know what her name was?
FATIMA, I think.
Okay, and you indicated that Fatima was at the bus stop. Was there, you indicated she was getting attacked. The person that was attacking her, was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
Okay, and have you ever seen that male prior to October 18th?
I have not, no.
Okay, and with regards to that male, did he appear to be older than Fatima or younger?
Older.
Okay, and with regards to Fatima, you indicated that on October 18th of last year that you have heard of her. Had you ever seen her around prior to October 18th?
Yes.
And where had you seen her?
I'd seen her at school every day.
Okay, and was that Timberline High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and when you got to the bus stop, was Fatima already there, or did she arrive later?
She had already been there.
Okay, when you first got to the bus stop, you indicated Fatima was already there. What about the older male? Was he already there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and after you first got to the bus stop, what was Fatima and the older male doing?
Kind of arguing back and forth.
Okay, and could you understand what they were arguing about?
No, I could not.
Okay, was it in English?
No.
Okay, and with regards to Fatima and the older male, you indicated they were arguing back and forth. If you didn't know what they were talking about, how did you know they were arguing?
the body language, and then the tone of voice was very hostile and aggressive.
Okay. When you say it was hostile and aggressive, whose tone of voice was hostile and aggressive?
Kind of just both.
Okay. And when they were arguing, was there anybody else involved in that argument?
Her boyfriend had been involved.
Okay. And who is Fatima's boyfriend? Have you seen Isaiah prior to October 18th?
Yes, I have.
And where had you seen Isaiah?
In his neighborhood.
Okay. And do you know what school Isaiah goes to?
Timberline High
Okay.
School.
And are you friends with Isaiah?
Acquaintances.
Okay. I know you're very soft spoken.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you could just remember to speak up. You indicated that when you arrived at the bus stop, Fatima and her and the older male they were arguing. What, if anything else, happened while they were arguing?
It had appeared that she was trying to move away to like end the argument or just kind of settle it then and there.
Okay. And what did you observe that made you think she was trying to move away from the argument?
Well, Isaiah had he had said that, like, while I was overhearing it, like telling him that they were trying to leave, explaining to the father, and then that was kind of like the telltale sign.
Okay. And then what else happened while they were arguing?
That's all I really can explain for arguing, because that's all I saw.
Okay. So besides, you indicated that Fatima and the older male, they were arguing. Did the older male do anything else at the bus stop besides argue with Fatima and Isaiah?
He attacked Fatima.
Okay. You indicated he attacked Fatima. What did you observe?
I observed him push her boyfriend away and then go in for like a headlock, and then watched her try and take her down to the ground.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions. You indicated the older male pushed Isaiah away. How did he push Isaiah?
It was a push and then a punch.
Okay. And which part of Isaiah's body did the older male punch?
It looked to be upper body.
Okay. And when the older male punched Isaiah, did you hear anything when he did that?
Yes.
And what did you hear?
You could hear the thok from the punch connecting.
You can hear the what?
You can hear the thok from the punch connecting.
Okay. And then after the older male punched Isaiah, what happened to Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay. When the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they
They were
sitting?
standing.
Okay, they were standing. Okay. And after Isaiah got punched, was he still standing or did something happen to him?
I think he was standing.
Okay. And after the older male punched Isaiah, what did the older male do after that?
Turned around and put the girl in a headlock.
Okay. And when you indicated that he put the girl in a headlock, can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by a headlock?
It was like a two-hand headlock, one around the neck and then the other like that.
Okay, so you indicated you had your left arm sort of around your neck and then with your right arm pointed upward.
Yes.
Okay. And then when the older male put Fatima in a headlock, when he first did that, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they seated?
When like the arms were first wrapped around, they were standing.
Okay.
And then they had like tripped, and then that's how they ended up on the ground.
Okay. And then when the older male ended up on the ground, what happened to Fatima?
She was there struggling and flailing, trying to get out.
Okay. When the older male first fell to the ground, was you indicated prior to that he had put Fatima in the headlock. When he fell to the ground, what happened to his arms?
I don't know, but they stayed in the headlock.
Okay, so they stayed in the headlock, and did Fatima remain upright, or did she also fall to the ground?
She had also fallen.
Okay, and after they ended up on the ground, where were the older male's arms?
Still around her neck.
Okay, and then after they ended up on the ground, what happened?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure. So you indicated that the older male put Fatima in a headlock, and then you testified that they tripped and they ended up falling. What happened? What were they doing after they ended up on the ground?
When they were on the ground, she had been trying to escape, and then he had been trying to hold her.
Okay.
And then there were multiple other students that came and tried to help and assist in like separating them.
Okay. You indicated that Fatima was trying to, believe you testified that she was trying to get out of that situation. What did you see that made you believe she was trying to escape?
There was a lot of screaming, and then like she was flailing like all over the place.
Okay. And while Fatima was flailing, what was the older male doing?
Still in the same position with his arms around her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were other students as well. Did the other students at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the other students do when they got involved?
They were trying to pull the father like off of her.
Okay. And so you indicated they were trying to pull him off of her. Did they do anything else?
No, not that I could see.
Okay. And then did you get involved with the other students?
No, I did not. I had only recorded it.
Okay. And you indicated that when Fatima was on the ground, she was flailing. Did you also make any other observations about her body or about her face?
She had looked very pale and like kind of lifeless after she had been on the ground for a while.
Okay, you said she looked pale and she looked lifeless. What do you mean by she looked lifeless?
Well, after like 15-20 seconds of her being there, she had gone completely limp, and then her face was like pure white.
Okay. And you indicated that, Elijah, you testified that the other kids at some point got involved. After the other kids got involved, were they successful in getting the older male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
The teenagers were not.
Okay. Besides the teenagers, did other people come and assist?
There was a bus driver and then 2 other adults that had stopped to help.
Okay. The 2 other adults that stopped to help, were they male or female?
They were both males.
Okay. And then after the other adults arrived to help, were they at some point successful in getting the older male to remove him from Fatima?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, do you know whether or not law enforcement showed up?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you recorded the incident. Why did you record the incident?
For this exact situation.
Okay. And Elijah, prior to your testimony today, did you have a chance to review video footage of what happened at the bus stop that was taken from the IT bus?
One more time, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So prior to you getting on the witness stand today, did you have a chance to review a video taken from the IT bus of this incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state request to publish Exhibit 34, which have been previously omitted.
You may. So before you play it, can you indicate what view that you are publishing to the jury, since there are multiple views in this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the state is publishing the road view that is starting at the timestamp that it actually started. Starting at 12:15.
Timberline High School.
For the record, I'm pausing it at 2:13:38. Elijah, are you able to see yourself in this video?
No, you were not.
Okay, and where were you standing when the incident was unfolding?
I'd been standing on the concrete slab just out of frame to the right.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the kids or the students that are being depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the individual wearing sort of the grayish backpack that is in the center of the screen towards the right, who do you recognize that student?
Yes, I do.
And who is that? Pausing it at 2:14:36. Elijah, do you see yourself in the video at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay, and you testified earlier you were sort of standing on the concrete slab area off to the right. Is that where you were still standing?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and you also testified earlier that a bus driver had stopped to assist. Do you see the bus driver in the video?
Yes, I do.
And what is the bus driver? What does a bus driver have on?
The orange safety vest.
Okay. Playing beginning again at 2:14:36.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Pausing at 2:15:49. Elijah, do you ever see yourself at any point in the video footage?
Not in this video, no.
Okay. And when the IT bus left, did you get on the bus or did you not get on the bus?
I got on the bus.
Okay. Elijah, you testified earlier that you also took a video of the incident yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you at some point provide a copy of the video to a police officer from the Lacey Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And do you know what is depicted on State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the video evidence.
Okay. And is it the video that you took of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any handwritings on the little white circle placard on Exhibit 61?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize about it?
It's my initial and then the handwriting.
Okay. And does it also have a date on it?
And the date as well, yes.
And was the date on there the day that you reviewed that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay. And the video that's on that you viewed on that Exhibit 61, is it a accurate depiction of what you recorded from the incident?
That's correct.
And does it accurately reflect what you observed during the recording?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state at this time offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 61.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
61 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Starting from the beginning. And Elijah, at the beginning of this video, we sort of see an individual on the ground with their arms sort of moving back and forth. Who was that individual?
It appeared to be Caleb.
Okay. With regards to the individual that was laying on the
Oh.
ground with their hands moving, who was that?
That was Fatima.
Okay. And you indicated that you also, well, let me ask you this question. Was Caleb also in the video?
That's correct.
And was he still the one wearing the gray backpack?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 62 to 65. If you could just look at those to yourself and let me know when you're done looking through them.
I finished.
And do you recognize those four pieces of documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're screenshots from the video that I took.
Okay. And are exhibits 62 to 65 the screenshots? Do they accurately depict the what you had observed at the scene?
Yes, they do.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time the state offers for admission to evidence exhibits 62 to 65.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
Here.
62 through 65 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Elijah, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60. State's Exhibit 60. State's Exhibit 65. Do these screenshots have a timestamp on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And with regards to Exhibit 65, we see sort of person, sort of two people that's on the ground. Can you tell the jury who are the two people that are on the ground?
And the Ms. O was pointing to just above the middle of the image on the exhibit.
That had been Fatima, and then the other.
Okay. Exhibit 64. And again, we see sort of two individuals that is on the ground, that is sort of in the center, but the upper center of this image. Can you tell the jury who those two people are that are on the ground?
That is still Fatima and the other adult that attacked.
Okay. And we also see somebody in the image that is also in the center, but towards the upper portion of this image, with a braid backpack. Who is that?
That was Caleb.
Okay. Exhibit 63. We see again sort of two people on the ground that is towards again the center upper. Can you tell the jury who are those two people that are still on the ground?
That is still Fatima and then the adult that attacked.
Okay. Exhibit 62. We sort of see in this image there is a person that's on the ground. You sort of see their face in between the two legs. That is in the upper center portion of this image. Whose face is that?
Fatima.
Okay. And you tested that when you observed what was happening on the ground. You indicated that Fatima, at one point, her face turned sort of white before she went, as you testified, lifeless. Is that sort of what's being depicted here?
Yes, this looks to be either of like when it happened or right before it.
Okay. You testified that there were other adult males that showed up at the scene at some point to assist. Do you know whether any adult females showed up?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And when you were video recording what was happening, were you mostly looking around to see what was going on? Were you sort of just concentrating on what was happening on the ground?
I was mostly focusing on what was happening on the ground.
Okay. And then once the bus driver and then the other two adult males showed up to assist, did you stop recording at that point?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And then by that point, and after the bus driver walked away from the scene, did you end up going on the bus?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No question, Joe.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. What kind of work are you doing this summer?
I'm currently working at Chipotle.
How do you like it?
It's pretty good.
Hard work?
It's my first job, so yeah.
Hard work?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Just really briefly, so when you got back onto the bus, did it feel like the situation had kind of resolved itself?
Yes, but it still felt like there was a lot still going on.
Okay. In terms of the man, was he being detained?
When I had gotten on the bus, he still appeared to be on the ground or nearby.
Okay. And one of the adults was holding him down?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And Fatima had been released?
I couldn't 100% see on the bus, so I'm kind of basing it off the video, but from what I can see, yes.
Okay. And so just better safe just as far as what you remember. So you don't necessarily have an independent recollection.
I do, but not to like the exact down to the pinpoint details.
Okay. I appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Zoe, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom. Our lunch break today, and In a moment, I'll have the bailiffs come forward to lead you back to the jury room, and then you'll be released for the lunch break. We will resume at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you again, of course, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I've given you regarding your duties in this case. Thank you. Please be seated. I'm going to take about a 5-minute recess so that I can read the document that was handed forward related to FATIMA Ali's testimony, so that I can be prepared to hear objections, requests for clarification, whatever the issues might be. So I'll be in recess for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
So I wonder, yeah, she's going to come back. All right. Yeah, I want to play the video again, but she's going to come back. So I'm going to wait till they actually go on full on. Break. I'm going to wait till they go on full on break. And yes, we are having some internet issues, and nope, it's our only choice. Where we live, it's our only choice. We've looked into Starlink, and it just doesn't have the bandwidth, doesn't have the capabilities. So it just is what it is. Some days are good, and some days are really good. Some days are really good and nothing happens, and then other days, like today, I just don't understand. We've had Comcast out. We probably had like 7 people come out. Of course, they say it's us. It is what it is. All right, so let me just kind of go through what happened, and it seems like Judge is going to come back, and then they're taking a break until 4:30. It's a long break. Yeah, 2-hour break. She did say something at the top of the stream, though. I didn't quite catch all of it, that they were doing something. Yeah, there was something that they were going to do. Oh, Sam, thank you. Thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Let's see. Snowcat got one. Stacy and Kelly H. Lindsay Lee and Lindsay G. Bill, yeah, most days have been good since you've been here. I know. Today's just a funky day, man. Gordon, you got kicked out and taken to law and crime. Yikes. I know some of you get kicked over to Court TV. I don't. That I can't explain. That I have no idea. Sarah, fair not. You're going grand. Thank you. It's just frustrating. I mean, we want to provide a quality product for you guys. So, is my audio not good? Is my audio until 4:30? All right, my audio is okay. Do we have this feed and go to another? I see. Yeah, we're on Court TV. Everybody's on Court TV. If you're covering this, you're on Court TV because they're the ones that are streaming it. They're the provider. There's a local channel I was looking at, and they're using Court TV too. So everybody is on Court TV. Bice. Rod Serling says, "Yeah, I know, right?" Audio is perfect. Thank you, Kate. Silas says audio is good. Alice says it's good. Trixie says can hear you fine. Okay, cool. Lily Wayne is fine. Janet, thank you guys. All right, I know it's out of our control. It's just frustrating, It's frustrating. We want to provide a quality product for you guys. That's all. It just sucks that we can't. It's like out of our control. If it was in our control, we would, whenever something's in your control, it's in your control. You can take care of it. When it's out of your control, it's just like, so aggravating. All right. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get to recap. All right. So when we broke, who was it? It was still Victor Barnes. Okay. I'm sorry, Victor was done. Okay, so the state said, hey, different media are present now than before the ruling, right? So she made a ruling, and she's like, well, only one media has permission, and that's Court TV. No one else has requested it and is prohibited in recording this. Court TV is appropriately following court parameters. Then they talk about FATIMA recently turned 18, so she is going to testify. Not sure if we're going to see her or not. They might show her. So then a witness to the attack, his name was Elijah. He went to that school, which is Timberline High School. Other students were at that bus stop, his friends. He said he observed a girl getting attacked. He wasn't friends, but knew her from around school. She was already there. There was also an older male that was there already. He said they were arguing back and forth, but he couldn't understand because they weren't arguing in English. He said the tone was hostile and aggressive. He said he heard that the boyfriend was involved. He was acquaintances with Isaiah. Apparently she was trying to move away to end the argument or settle it. Isaiah was telling the father they wanted to leave. The older male attacked Fatima, observed him push the boyfriend away and go in for a headlock and took her down to the ground. The older male pushed and then punched Isaiah to the upper body. Well, we know that he got hit in the head. He punched him in the head, I think. Well, I know he had bruises on his head. He had a bruise up here, and then on his shoulder. I guess because when he fell. He heard the sounds from a punch connecting. He said thunk or thuck, something like that. Thuck. So then the older male turned around, put the girl in the headlock. It was a two-handed headlock, so left arm around the neck, right arm pointed upward. So it's actually nice that they said let the record reflect because we didn't see that. So Fatima was struggling as she fell to the ground. She was trying to escape, and the other students came to assist. He heard lots of screaming, and she was flailing her arms all over the place. The older male was still in the same position with his arms around her neck. Other students got involved trying to pull the father off. Fatima looked pale and lifeless. He said after about 10 to 15 seconds, she went completely limp and her face was pure white. The two adult males came to help. So that was the bus driver and then Josh Wagner, the Army veteran. He recorded it. So she asked him, "Why did you record it?" And she said, "For this exact same situation." So he's like a budding news reporter. I'm like, "Yeah, you go. You know when to record." That's the thing with I think everybody has phones these days, right? And things happen on college campuses, high school campuses. So I think kids are ready. Kids are ready to record, and kind of not a bad thing. We always say, gosh, I'm so glad we didn't have cell phones and cameras back when I was growing up. But in a way, it does keep. It's funny. It keeps society. I was going to say it keeps society in check, but no. I strike that from the record. It's not keeping society in check at all. Oop,
please be seated. So my bailiffs just reported to me that as the jury was leaving for their lunch break, juror number 12 said to the bailiff, "I don't feel well. I'm not coming back today." She said, "I'm not coming back today," and left. And so that's an issue and a problem obviously from my perspective. And so we will need to address that issue. I'll let you think about that. Yes, number 12 is the young woman who is the I'll let the parties kind of just mull that over while we address the other issue. I have had an opportunity to review the document that I understand was provided to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading by the state. The version I have is a 3-page document. Ultimately, I'm going to file this with the court since it's something that I'm looking at and considering. And I will start by hearing concerns and/or objections that was alluded to that you have regarding number, I think you said number 18, and then the 2 questions related to the trip that are the last 2 questions on this document. Mr. Leary?
And so just to clarify, as to the last one, I was going to get abused over there. That was my concern. And then also 18A, although there's only one under 18. My concern is, I know the court wanted to limit the res geste as to kind of what was going on with her in the days leading up to October 18th. My concern here is the things contained in 18A, specifically that it was an abusive household there. There was much arguing, fights and stuff, a lot of throwing stuff around. Male cousin hit me. I would complain, no one would do anything. It was normal for them. It was toxic, lots of heated arguments, people hitting each other and stuff. So my concern for that is that, from the sounds of it, that, well, we know she didn't tell her parents she didn't want to go or list reasons as to why. And so I analogize this to kind of in a self-defense case where the knowledge of the defendant as to the violent proclivities of the victim is only admissible if they have that knowledge. And so the fact that this wasn't communicated to my client as to why her daughter didn't want to go, to talk about things that are far afield that happened about at least a year or 2 before, is not res geste, and we're not going to hear from the male cousin. It is collateral. I think the level of detail there is concerning, and the accusations are concerning and collateral, particularly given the fact that if she had said, Mom, I don't want to go to Iraq because cousin name does 1, 2, and 3, can I not see him? Can we do things? Then it becomes part of res geste because it's communicated to Mom and Dad. There's an attempt to kind of neutralize it, and Mom and Dad weren't accommodating to my concerns about the abuse of the cousin. None of that is in play. So the fact that something happened allegedly 2 years before, 18 months before, that isn't communicated to my client as to why she doesn't want to go, so she feels that her only recourse is to run away. There was no attempt to address the concerns, and therefore I don't believe it's res geste, and I believe it's unduly prejudicial under 404B. And the generalization, I was afraid I was going to be abused over there, would be the same objection.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have anything for the court's consideration as it relates to the information that I have in a 3-page document related to questions of Fatima Ali?
Your Honor, I'm going to take no position on this.
Okay. Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as we've gone through this case, we've heard about Fatima being a runaway from her household. We've heard about her going to the school and speaking to the counselors at school and what that process looked like. We've also heard questions during the course of questioning, as well as during defense interviews. I anticipate that those will be re-raised about how the school responded to those requests, and plainly why Fatima was running away in the first place. Fatima has made it very clear since the outset of this case that she did not feel safe. She did not feel safe going back to Iraq. She had safety concerns within her own home, and she has expressed that on a number of occasions. Certainly in front of the jury, we have not discussed the other safety complaints that she had made to the school prior to these events associated with the other runaway events. We've not discussed the prior CPS reports that had been made. We've not discussed, and I don't intend to ask Isaiah about what he witnessed as part of that process, but FATIMA has consistently expressed her fears about safety. In terms of this specifically, the way it has been presented and the way I anticipate it being presented, as if FATIMA had some sort of special information that her parents had no idea about, and essentially, and it's not the right term, but she was just being bratty and running away that morning to try and foil these families' vacation plans. That is not what that situation was. The state should be entitled to present that. There is nothing that is presented in 18 that indicates her parents were striking her over there. FATIMA specifically is not going to make that statement. She is discussing the abusiveness of that household itself. And notably, she has said during the course of that visit, when she was struck, she made those complaints to her family, and nothing happened. That spoke further to her fear that she does not have a voice in that environment, and she did not feel safe. That was a consistent feeling of her role in that household. She expressed that consistently. That was part of her fear that morning in leaving, and so I am asking that she be allowed to express those generalized concerns as to the nature of her experience in Iraq and why she didn't want to go back, so that the jury has some context for that, instead of just saying she woke up that morning and decided she wanted to go see a movie with Isaiah instead, or whatever more trivial event that is proposed as, that somehow that's the reason she decided just to not go that day. That's not the case. That's not fair to FATIMA. That's not fair to the presentation of both parties. It is not unfairly and substantially more prejudicial to defense counsel with those statements. So I would ask the court to allow FATIMA to express that when she is testifying.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So these issues were addressed pre-trial in general as it relates to evidence that was going to be offered by the state, and clarifying whether or not that was being offered pursuant to Evidence Rule 404B, as was checked in the omnibus order, versus then Ms. Stone clarifying at the time of the case management conference that it was going to be offered under the theory of res gestae, that being something related within the same transaction. I'm not going to repeat the ruling that I made at the beginning of trial that discussed case law and what res gestae is and anticipated to be. But of course, it must be very close in time to the event itself to be res gestae under the case law. And I would indicate that evidence that may be admissible, also the court needs to balance that under Evidence Rule 403, that indicates that although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issue, or misleading the jury. First of all, as it relates to what is currently called question 18, and it is on page 3 of the document that I am referring to. The anticipated answer by FATIMA is very detailed as it relates to why she did not like visiting Iraq? Because the question before 18 is, did you like visiting Iraq? And the response was yes and no, a little bit, or that's the anticipated answer. And then a request for her to explain why she did or did not like visiting Iraq. And that's where she explains, I liked certain portions of it, and then why she didn't like other portions of it. I would indicate that what happened the year before when she visited Iraq clearly is not res juste, because it's so far in time. However, what I have heard multiple times from the state is that what all of this really goes to, the detail goes to the fact that FATIMA Ali did not feel safe traveling to Iraq. There are many reasons why she did not feel safe, apparently, but that is the bottom line as to why she ran away on the morning of October 18th. And so she can testify to that. But the details as to why she does not feel safe, other than the fact that she'll testify that she'd been there before, and based upon being there before, she didn't feel safe going back, that comes in, but not the details. I find that if for some reason the facts of what happened a year ago could be considered res juste, I find that the details themselves, any probative value as to those details is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice in this matter. And the state still has an ability to certainly argue what I'm hearing is part of the theory of their case, even with the way that I'm limiting how she can provide the information to the court. On the question also on the third page, did this plan cause you any concern about returning? If she said yes, what were those concerns? And why? She indicated in part that she was worried about that she would be abused in Iraq. Because I am not allowing the detail in 18, and of course I can't tell her what to respond. I'm not trying to tell her what to respond, but her response may in fact be the same, that she doesn't feel safe as to how she would be treated. And I grant the request that she not be able to use the word abused, again, because I don't find that that is res juste. And it gets into issues with more particularity about how she was treated by her parents, which is not being introduced in this trial. And again, if for some reason that was res juste, I find that allowing her to use the term abuse, that she was afraid that she was going to be abused, any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of an unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues, because this trial is not about her trip to Iraq. And that is why I also believe that the jury could be confused if too many facts as it relates to her previous trip and how she viewed that were to be admitted during the trial. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions as it relates to my ruling on those issues?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Leary? All right. And I'm not asking Mr. Kading because Mr. Kading had reserved, but do you have any questions about my ruling?
No.
All right. Also, I wrote on the copy of what was handed forward to me for my review, and so I would just ask that there be a clean copy provided. It doesn't have to be now, or it can't be now, but when we come back at 1:30. And I won't file that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larry. I will file that at the conclusion of FATIMA Ali's testimony. Now,
I apologize. Some parties have 1 moment to confer.
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One other piece of information as it relates to number 12. First of all, occasionally the bailiffs will give me information about the jury that's not ultimately relevant for me to share. But I will share this since we're now talking about juror number 12.
So they muted that because they're talking about juror number 12. She says, normally I don't talk about this, but I'm going to. And then the audio goes dead. So right now they're talking about juror number 12 who was sick. Juror number 12 said, I don't feel well. I'm not coming back today. So they're talking about it. So just so you know, it's audio is suppressed on their end.
That number 12 should be excused, and we should replace alternate number 1 to become juror number 12. I'm concerned if we were in recess this afternoon. We don't know if she's coming back tomorrow or not. I'm not indicating she's not ill either, but we don't have enough information. Of course, I could tell my bailiff that they need to call her and tell her she has to come back this afternoon. I don't know whether or not she would or whether or not she should, certainly if she is not feeling well. So I'd like to hear from the parties. And again, I'm just sharing those initial thoughts. I certainly don't have a firm conclusion at this point. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, can we have just 1 moment?
Yes.
So it seems like the judge is okay with letting her go. But now the lawyers, so they're trying to figure out, was that a juror for us, or was that a juror for, whose side did that benefit?
Obviously, Ms. Zoe and I were talking about scheduling. We have talked over the last couple of days. I think we're actually moving through faster than we anticipated, so I am less concerned about our August 7th timeline now. I think there is a chance, a good chance that we could close the state's case by the end of next week or on July 28th, which gives us more buffer than anticipated. We've been trying to move people around and being very conscious about that. So plainly, I'll defer to the court. I think that we can make it work for today if the court wanted to break for the day, and also we have witnesses prepared that can go. The only timeline that I am trying to be really thoughtful about, quite plainly, is Thursday's testimony for Dr. Stankus. I know that she, in speaking with her last week, and I know that Mr. Caden can correct me if I'm wrong, she arrives, I believe, at SeaTac at approximately 10:40 in the morning. So we couldn't do her in the morning regardless, but she's intended to come from there to here. So the intent is to put her on right after lunch at 1:30. So that is to say, I think we can move people around and make it work if we wanted to break for the day, but we also have people ready to go. So I just wanted to let the court know that there are options.
All right. First of all, I appreciate that. Also, I appreciate the update as it relates to the potential completion of the state's case. The parties know that I'm very concerned of ensuring that we conclude by the date that we indicated we would be concluding for a variety of reasons as it relates to the logistics of this matter. Mr. Kading, as it relates to number 12.
Your Honor, my only concern is I always expect jurors to be candid, and if she says she's ill, I would be maybe concerned that if she came back, she could spread that. We could have a bigger problem, but other than that, I think we have enough juries. If we're only going to go 2 more weeks, we have 3 alternates. I wouldn't object to using an alternate.
Mr. Larry?
I think the additional information provided by the court raises concern about, we are day 2 of testimony and
Day and a half.
day and a half. We're on the 2nd day of testimony, and she already communicated, that she didn't want to be here apparently, and then basically walked out from the sounds of it. So, and if she is sick, that's what we want people to do, right? So, I mean, either she doesn't want to be here and is going to make efforts to not be here, or she's so sick that she needed to get home, and thus tomorrow is in doubt. So I think, given that we are going faster, I think makes me more comfortable using an alternate. So I would ask that you excuse juror 12 and proceed to second.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you object if the court were to excuse 12 at this time?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
All right. At this time, I am going to excuse juror number 12 for the reasons we've already articulated on the record. And although I appreciate certainly what the state indicated as it relates to the length of the trial and the state's presentation of their evidence, things can change. We could run into other problems that could lengthen the trial, including someone who has to be here being ill or something like that. And so I will excuse number 12. I will do that when we come back into session at 1:30, and after I do that, then the bailiffs can notify number 12 that she's been excused. We'll move alternate number 1, who is currently seated closest to me in the chair where my bailiff is seated. We'll move that person into the number 12 chair, and then we will reposition the alternate number 2 juror, who is in the back row, farthest chair over, move that person to alternate 1, and then we'll move the alternate 3 up to the chair where alternate 2 is right now. But the logistical of moving them, we'll do that in the courtroom after I excuse the juror when we restart the trial. All right. Any further issues before we recess for our lunch break, Ms. Stone?
There are only, I'll let the court know that based on transportation, we are going to call Eric Price before.
All right, so that seems to be them going to lunch. 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. All right, so they will resume. All right, court will resume at 4:30. I can pin that here as well. I'll go over what we just heard though. Live court is at lunch until 4:30 Eastern. Because everything has to be Eastern. Sorry. We should say 1:30 Pacific, 4:30 Eastern. All right, so let's go through what that was quite a lot. Okay, so juror number 12 says they're sick. Yeah, we had gotten through. Ugh. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? So there you go. Now, are they going to go back to, I don't know if they're going to go back to the, so that's fair use, cell phone edited to protect the identity of the minor witnesses involved. Okay, then they go back. All right. Thank you for that, Debbie. Oh, no. Dang it. I guess I could leave that on. No, I'm going to put this on. I'll put our thumbnail on. Just never know. There we go. All right, so recap. We went through Elijah. So, yeah, we went through all of his. So then, okay, so the bailiff reported that juror number 12 said, "I don't feel well. I'm not coming back today." So we don't know if she's coming back. It was a woman. We know that. So then we got into this abusive household from a male cousin. It happened 18 months ago, and that was her only recourse, meaning FATIMA, to run away. So Zahra's defense had a whole thing that they were saying it's prejudicial, but Ihsan's defense took no position on that as well. So the state said how the school responded and how the victim was running away in the first place is very important. She didn't feel safe. She didn't want to go back to Iraq. The state is not going to discuss prior CPS reports. So there we go. We were talking about that yesterday in our chat. Was there, CPS has to be called, CPS has to be involved. It's not between the boyfriend's, family and blah. Well, no, CPS was involved. CPS was, clearly there were multiple, she says, reports. FATIMA had expressed her concerns about her safety many times. FATIMA says she was struck and she voiced those concerns. She expressed her generalized concerns as to why she didn't want to go back to Iraq. Instead of saying, "I just woke up and wanted to go to a movie with Isaiah," that's not fair to her. See, that's what the defense, I think, is trying to get at. They're trying to say, well, she woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning and, she just wanted to split and go hang out with her boyfriend. And, she went and she shacked up at her boyfriend's, parents' house. And, CPS should have been called and the parents are, the Alis have every right to do what they did. No, that's not what happened. What happened was she was afraid for her life. She had made reports to CPS. She didn't want to go back to Iraq because she was going to get abused there. So that's all evidence right now. Not facts and evidence. We haven't heard it yet, but that's what the state's saying. And I don't think the state would say that lightly. I think we will hear that. And I think that will come out in testimony. So we'll wait and hear for sure. But that's what the state is saying. The defense is definitely going with, she just woke up and she didn't like her parents anymore. She didn't want to go hang out with her parents, so she was just going to go run away with her boyfriend, which is really glossing over a huge part of this story. So we'll have to continue on. Let's see what comes out in evidence before we make final judgments. But the video is the video. You can't get away from that. Dad was trying to choke her out, and that's what my eyes see. Your eyes may see something different, but that's what my eyes see. So let's see. So pretrial issues. So the judge was talking about 404B issues. She's not going to go and repeat the case law. Then she talks about 403, evidence may be excluded if it's misleading. So let's see. So she did exclude. She is going to, FATIMA likes certain portions of Iraq. She didn't like others. Many reasons why she didn't feel safe, and she can testify to that. So there's many reasons why she didn't feel safe, and she can testify to that. So that's pretty big, right? The details as to why she didn't feel safe other than she was there before, but not the details. So that's a little limiting. What happened a year ago is unfair prejudice, and the state still has the ability to argue even with this limitation and how FATIMA can provide info to the court. I guess she told the cousin that she was abused. I don't know. I kind of missed that. I didn't quite follow that. All I caught was like 18 months ago, there was a cousin that said there was some abuse going on, but maybe she told the cousin. Maybe that's what it was. I didn't quite catch that. So anyway, so she was concerned she would be abused in Iraq. She can't use that word. She can't use that word, the A word. How she was treated by parents won't come in. So that's pretty big. Although she can say the details of why she didn't feel safe other than she was there before, but not the details. Many reasons why she didn't feel safe. She can testify to the many reasons she didn't feel safe, but she can't use the word abused. So she can say, I was threatened. I was threatened with physical violence. I was thrown up against the wall. I was hit with the backside of a hand. I mean, if she can't say the word, I guess she's got to say, they tied me in a chair and whipped me. I mean, what more? I mean, I guess she can say all of that because they're not saying, well, you can't say the word, abuse, but you can describe it. I guess she can describe it. So we're going to have to hear. Her testimony is going to be explosive, as we know. As usually, victims' testimonies are usually pretty explosive. All right. So then ultimately, she excused juror number 12. And in her place, the female's place, because we know it was a female. Oh, come on. We have two other alternates. So they were talking about an August 7th timeline. Aaron and I were like, what? And we were like, what? So no, they're moving faster than they had expected. They're looking to close next week, certainly before July 28th. Which is Monday. Well, we're covering Stefan Stearns next week. So I'm hoping that's the reason why we took this trial, because we thought it would be a quick trial. So we may have to, we'll dual stream. We're covering Stefan Stearns with Jules. So if we dual stream, I'll be off of this one per se. We'll still stream it, but we'll be on Stefan. I mean, I'm not going to not cover Stefan Stearns. So anyway. Phyllis, I think the jury can put 2 and 2 together and figure out why she didn't want to go to Iraq. I hear you. YB, the judge erred in her ruling about the real motive. Birdie B, good to see you. The person saying those things yesterday was a troll. The more you answer them, the more they say. Yet still your recap is directed at that person. Please don't waste your time or energy with them. Well, I appreciate everybody's opinions. Opinions are opinions. It's all good. You can speak your opinion. Again, just don't bludgeon us over the head. Drunky, we are happy to watch whatever you guys present. Aw, thank you, Drunky. Well, we have Jules who's going to watch with us. We may have some people calling in afterwards that are in the court. So, yeah, we have to cover Stearns. We have to cover Stearns. So we may, I don't want to give up on this one. I definitely want to, I know what the verdict is going to be, although can you imagine if they come back not guilty? Oh my God. I'll be like, what? Trixie, I know Stearns, but we have to, only because both Jules and I were going to go. We may still go to the one in September. Jules is very invested in this. I'm definitely invested in it as well, in Stearns. So mistreated. Yep. That's a good one. That's a good one. Birdie, oh, it hurts your heart that got to you. Thank you, Birdie. Thank you. But in the end of the day, it's all good. It's all good. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. She can't mention arranged marriage. I I guess. All I heard was she can't say the A word, abuse. She can't say that. So I don't know if she can, I don't know. I don't know if she can say that or not. Amber says, Stefan Stern should save everyone's time and money and plead guilty. Yeah, I hear you. Chris Wallace, so many trials, so little time. Yeah, check it out. Next week we're not going to cover it, but this is what's going on. Koberger's sentencing, I don't think we're going to cover that because we've got this trial going on. Lori's sentencing, Lori Daybell has a sentencing. That's going to be 3 hours. Ugh. We got to cover Lori. Oh man, this is going to stink. General Counsel Communique. Arranged marriage is not fact. It's daughter trying to justify her behavior. So let me ask you this. I know you're a troll. I get it. And we'll probably ban you. But let me just ask you this. So what, in that video, what's that video say to you? So that was just him gently, lovingly holding on to his daughter's neck while her eyes roll back, you know? So are you part of the defense? Are you an Ali supporter? Toots, are they out on bail? Yes, they are out on bail. No, what am I saying? They are not out on bail. I wasn't thinking. No, they're not out on bail. They are not out on bail. Mallory, yes, we got this. Opinions are like rear ends. I know. And when we have trolls, it's time to take care of them. So. Yeah, next week is going to be crazy. Koberger, Lori Daybell, Stefan Stearns, and then the ending of this one too. AC's Wildflower, I'm coming in a little late. I was busy this morning. Was there a stream before this? No, I know the time difference with another time zone and all. No. Well, we did stream Stefan Stearns, but you can't rewind because our internet was having some issues. So unfortunately, you can't rewind. Once YouTube processes this, you will be able to view the whole stream. But right now, you can only go back like 25 minutes, so I apologize for that. YB, she is definitely an exploited child. All right, I'll do the honors. I will do the honors. I think I just did it. Let's see. What is the Stearns trial about? Madeline Soto. So there's two. There's two trials. One next week, which is the SA, and then the one in September, which is his deletion trial. All right, you guys, I'm going to take a quick break. They are going to be off until 4:30 Eastern or 1:30 Pacific. So I'm going to play some music that Aaron created for us. All right, I'm going to play some music that Aaron created for us. So check this out. Tell me what you guys think. And I will be back in, say, about 45 minutes to an hour. So everybody, 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back. I wanted to show this because you can see the punch. All right, so there's the punch. There's Ihsan punching Isaiah. There's him punching Isaiah. All right, let's watch that again. All right, so there he is in the to the right. There, he just punched him. So is that Isaiah coming back to help? Let me see if that's Isaiah coming back to help. All right, yeah, so Isaiah's got kind of gray pants on. Let's see if I can blow this up even more. We don't really care about that. All right, so there's Isaiah. There's Isaiah and Dad. All right, cargo pants, yeah. So Isaiah's to the left, Dad is to the right. There he gets punched. And then he comes back. Yep, he comes back and helps. All right, so he comes back and he helps her. So he gets punched and he comes back and helps her. So who's that on the ground? Okay, that must be her on the ground right there. So there's somebody running away, right? So that's Isaiah's. It looks like a Nike. Looks like a Nike something. See that white lettering on the back of Isaiah? I think that might be Nike, but Fatima's on the ground. Right? You see her leg kind of sticking up? She's on the ground. Dad takes a whack. He grabs her. And they give him a help. I mean, they're just kicking him, doing everything they can. So one more time, Larry gets punched. Then he comes running back. Hold on. So he's big. He's not that much taller than Isaiah. Like they're pretty much the same height. Right? There he gets punched right there. And here comes Isaiah with the white, whatever that white thing is on the back. Tackles him and everybody goes to help. So this is the bus cam. That's that. That is very intentional, right? He is very intentional when he goes after her. And then they're just kicking him, stomping him. I mean, it's amazing. He's not flinching. He's not flinching at all from that. And he's literally getting kicked out of it. And he just doesn't care. He just doesn't care. Yeah, I mean, he just does not care. He is single-minded focus, and that's to choke out his daughter. Wow. All right. So there we got that. Let me take us back here. to our feed. What am I looking at here? Curveal, what did you send? Oh, little otters? How cool. All right. Sharon says she's so lucky she didn't have broken bones in her face. Well, he didn't really punch her. He was the one that was getting beat on more than anybody else. Psychosaurus Rex, gosh, that's going to be very, very difficult to refute. I wonder if this attorney has tried to get him to plea many times and he's just like, nah, if the state even offered. Kate says Josh should be given an award. He saved Fatima's life. Well done to the children for stepping up too. Yeah, Josh, we don't even see Josh. Josh comes in later, I guess. Right? We didn't even see Josh yet. He's yet to be on the scene. Yeah, Katie, she's lucky he didn't crush her esophagus. Yeah, that I agree with. Lily Wayne says, I really think someone would have brought that up. Didn't the bus driver have a form of communication with him? I'm not sure what... Carol says, I wonder how the other man got him to release. He's Army. He was in the Army for 13 years, special ops. So he probably maybe did, I don't know, he's got special, he knows where the pressure points are, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Bice, how are you? Good to see you. All right, we've got a feed. Let me come back here. I can turn off my scrolly. There we go. Katie Cat probably gave him a wet willy. LLH, Josh got skills, yeah. Special ops, that's what I'm thinking. Don't mess with special ops. My father-in-law has been teaching pressure points, Missy Russell says. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, to your 8-year-old, yeah. Yeah, you can bring a 300-pound, 6'8", muscle man down to his knees with just twisting their wrist. Grandma Jenny, thank you for covering. What does honor deletion mean? Meaning in some cultures, that means you have dishonored the family, and by deleting you, you will reestablish honor back to your family. So go figure. Go figure. I can look it up specifically, but definition. So honor deletion. In certain cultures, the deletion of a relative, especially a girl or woman, who perceived to have brought dishonor on the family. An honor deletion is a type of M in which a person is deleted by or because of their partner. Justify their actions by claiming that the victim has brought dishonor to their family, upon their family name or prestige. In patriarchal societies, the activity of girls and women are closely monitored. The maintenance of a woman's and purity are considered to be responsibility of male relatives, first her father and brothers, and then her husband. Victims of honor deletions usually are alleged to have engaged in immoral actions, ranging from openly conversing with men who are not related to them to having relations outside of marriage, even if they are victims of SA and that. However, a woman can be targeted for a variety of other reasons, including refusal to enter into an arranged marriage or seeking a divorce or separation. The mere suspicion that a woman has acted in a manner that could damage her family's name may trigger an attack. So, although these such crimes are widely suspected to be underreported, the United Nations Population Fund estimates that as many as 5,000 women are deleted annually for reasons of honor. These crimes take place throughout the world and are not limited to one specific religion or faith. However, they have rather significant and consistently occurred in various parts of the Middle East and South Asia. Nearly half of all honor deletions are occurring in India and Pakistan. So, ouch. So there you go. I hope that answers your question. It's pretty brutal, whatever it is. Was the dishonor to her family dating Isaiah as well? Lily Wayne, yep. How often do they happen? Well, I think I just answered your question. No, Farrell, it is not. It doesn't seem to be. It can happen. Seems like it can happen in a lot of cultures and races. Anita, off to bed now, listening mode, Trial TV Live. Thank you and your coverage of this case. We'll have a wonderful night sleeping, or if you are in fact going to sleep. Have a great Tuesday, one and all. Thank you, Anita. Have a wonderful evening, restful sleep. Plum Awesome says, probably Sharon and very publicly. Oh, she was going to get possibly stoned. Courtney says, there is a documentary about Yasser Saeed who did this to his teenage daughters. I remember that guy. They just tried to get away from him and their mother brought them back. Horribly sad. I know that name. Why do I know that name? Yasser Saeed. Egyptian American convicted, 12 years, evaded arrest, shooting of his two daughters. Yeah, I remember this. 2008. Their bodies were found in his abandoned taxi cab in Irving, Texas. All right, we're back.
At some point this morning, before we took our break, the state asked that the court clarify the issue as it related to media coverage of this trial. And I indicated that I was not aware that there were other media agencies who were recording this proceeding. And in fact, they wouldn't be able to because under our General Rule 16, there's a specific criteria before a news agency can record a proceeding, whether that's audio or video. I was informed that at some point in the morning after I made those statements, that Como 4 and King 5 indicated that they were in fact present today. And I'm not quite certain how this came to be, but that also potentially Channel 13 Fox was present yesterday, and that they are feeding off of the camera from Court TV and using that in their broadcast. Certainly it is the court's experience that there's only ever one camera in the courtroom and that other news media may in fact feed off of the camera that is present in the courtroom. And the court has had multiple hearings previously recorded by the news media, never an entire trial. I've never had a news agency, however, here to record a proceeding or to feed off of the recording in the courtroom and not advise the court. And that is something that cannot continue. Any news agency that wishes to feed off of the camera in the courtroom and therefore have a part in this recording procedure needs to identify themselves. And if they are not going to be here on an ongoing basis, which is fine, then they have to identify themselves every day that they appear, in which they will be involved in somehow in recording or feeding off of the recording that's happening here in here in the courtroom. I believe that the agencies are now informed of that and should abide by what I believe is common practice in any courtroom and is consistent with General Rule 16. Any issues before we bring the jury back in? Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, not, yes, but lightly so, only in that, and I say that because I just don't want to have to take a break and remove the jury before FATIMA testifies. We anticipate that court's permission, it won't be visible. It's just a comfort item. Does the court have any issue with that? I wanted to obviously bring it to the court's attention. Prior to advising her, she can come in here with that item.
All right.
It's a rock, quite honestly.
My understanding from, I believe, the state's brief was that she would have a comfort item and there had been no objection, and so I have no issue with that.
Thank you. The only other question that we had from the victim advocate is if the court or defense had any objection to Sky, the court, being in the courtroom, in the back of the courtroom during the course of Ms. Ali's testimony. I wanted to raise that before the jury came in as well.
Certainly, I don't have an issue with that. It's common to have the courthouse dog in any courtroom, frankly, in our courthouse, and would not be on the stand. Certainly, if the house dog was going to be on the stand, we would handle or request we'd handle it differently. But any objection to the courthouse dog being in the courtroom? Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was all.
All right. And just so that everyone is on the same page, I think you are, but we're bringing the jury in. We'll have them seated as they have been seated since we started. I will then announce that juror number 12 has been excused. We will then reconfigure the jurors. The bailiffs will do that, and then we will proceed. Please bring the jury in.
And Your Honor, permission to get my witness?
Yes.
That was your personal touch.
Please be seated.
Members of the jury.
All right, that's them cutting the audio. Yes, Sharon, I saw the rabbit. Yeah, the girl with the rabbit on the stand. I remember that. I forget the trial, but that was pretty funny. We didn't cover that, but I remember switching over and seeing that. So, and now they're doing this. So, all right, so they cut the audio for now, just so you know. Will this be Fatima's first seeing her father since his arrest? Possibly. Sylvia, possibly. Farrell, well, we were able to hear Elijah, who was under 18. So she's 18, so we should be able to hear her. Snowplow murder out of New Hampshire, Snowcat? Yeah. Snowplow trial was the bunny? Yeah. Courtney and Danny? Okay. Yeah, they cut the audio just for now. I'm hoping it'll come back in. She is 18, so theoretically she should be on camera, you know. I mean, she's not a minor anymore. She's 18, but this is going to be the most difficult thing I think she's probably ever going to go through. I can't imagine. I can't imagine facing parents after what. I just can't imagine. So. All right, I'm going to go quiet for the moment because they may come in. So I'll see you guys. I'm going to go quiet just for a moment. Yes, run the world. The juror was dismissed. Yes, juror number 12 was dismissed, and they put in juror number 1, alternate juror number 1.
24. Where did you go to high school?
Timberline High School.
And what grade were you in October of 2024?
12th grade.
Okay. What time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay. And then back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
I would take the inner city transit bus.
Okay. And then what about after school? How do you get home every day?
The same way.
Okay. And the IT bus, do you know the bus number or the route number?
Yes.
And what is that?
68.
Okay. And the IT bus stop for Route 68, where is that in relationship to Timberline High School?
It's over in the front of the school.
The front of the school? Okay.
Just need to have a, you said, just need to have a verbal response. So a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And Eric, do you know someone by the name of Isaiah?
I've shared a class with him in the past before.
Okay. And do you know where Isaiah?
Timberline High School.
And are you friends with Isaiah?
No.
Okay. What about Fatima?
Yes.
And how do you know Fatima?
I shared a class with her.
Okay. And where did Fatima go to school?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And are you friends with Fatima?
No.
Okay. Eric, I want to ask you some questions about October 18th of last year. Did you go to school that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after school was let out at 2 p.m.?
I walked over to the bus stop.
Okay. And when you, why did you go to the bus stop?
To head back home.
To head back home? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you first got to the bus stop, was anyone already at the bus stop?
Yes.
And who, do you remember who was all there? And besides Caleb and Zayla, were there other students at the bus stop?
Yes, but I cannot recall upon their names.
Okay. And what about Isaiah? Was he at the bus stop when you?
He wasn't.
Okay. What about Fatima? Was she at the bus stop?
She was shortly after I had came over there.
Okay. And at some point, did any adults show up to the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And who was the first adult that showed up at the bus stop?
It was a adult man. He had a beard. He had a brown skin complexion.
Okay.
And he was following both Fatima and Isaiah to
Okay.
the bus stop.
And the male that you're referring to, was he older? Did he appear to be older or younger than Fatima and Isaiah?
Older.
Okay. And you indicated that he followed them to the bus stop. Had you seen that man prior to October 18th?
No.
Okay. And after they got to the bus stop, what were they doing?
They were arguing.
Okay. And could you, who was arguing with who?
Fatima and the man they were arguing.
Okay.
Isaiah had kept getting in between them.
Okay. So Fatima and the older male, they were arguing, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And could you understand what they were arguing about?
No.
Okay. Were they arguing in English?
Some of it was in English, yes.
Okay. You just don't remember what they were arguing about?
No, I do not remember what they were arguing
Okay.
about.
And then you testified that Fatima and the older male were arguing, and you said that, what was Isaiah doing when they were arguing?
He was trying to step in between them.
Okay. And you indicated that Isaiah was trying to step in between Fatima and the older male. What was the older male's demeanor like when he was arguing with Fatima?
Angry.
Okay, and what did you see or hear that is making you say that he appeared angry?
Him raising his voice and him trying to get closer to Fatima in an aggressive manner.
Okay, and then, so you indicated that Isaiah tried to get in between Fatima and the older male. When Isaiah tried to do that, what, if anything, did the older male do?
He had thrown a punch at Isaiah's face.
Okay, and do you know if he actually made contact with Isaiah's face?
I believe so.
Okay. And after the older male punched Isaiah in the face, what happened to Isaiah?
Isaiah had stepped back a few feet.
Okay. And when the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? How were they situated?
They were standing.
Okay. And then after the older male punched Isaiah in the face, what did the older male do after that?
He had put his arms around Fatima's neck.
Okay. And you indicated he put his arms around Fatima's neck. Did he put just one of his arm around Fatima's neck or both of his arms?
He had one of his arms wrapped around her neck and the other one placed over his, securing it.
Okay, so one arm was around Fatima's neck and you said the other arm was securing it?
In this motion.
Okay, so you have sort of one of your arms raised in a horizontal manner and the other one in a vertical manner, for the record.
Correct.
And when the older male sort of put his arms around Fatima's neck, how were they situated? Were they standing at that point or were they on the ground?
They were on the ground.
Okay. And do you know how they got onto the ground?
No.
Okay. And so it was the first time when you saw the older male had his arms around Fatima's neck, they were already on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And when they were on the ground, what was Fatima doing?
She was flailing her arms around and coughing.
Okay. And then when Fatima was flailing her arms around, what was the older male doing?
It looked like he was trying to further tighten his grip.
Okay. And what did you see that made you say that?
He didn't look like he wanted to let go.
Okay. And what about the other kids that were at the bus stop? Did they get involved at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who all got involved?
Caleb.
What about yourself? Did you at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you got involved?
I kicked him in the head.
You say you kicked him in the head. Who did you kick?
The man, the adult.
The adult male?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you kick the adult male in the head?
Because he wasn't trying to let go of Fatima.
Okay. And after you started kicking him, after you kicked him in the head, did he let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. What about when you indicated that Caleb, Zayla, and remember what they were doing?
Zayla was yelling. Caleb was throwing punches down at the man, trying to
Did the adult male let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that Zayla was yelling. Do you remember what she was yelling?
She was yelling to call the cops.
Okay. And when Zayla was yelling, did the adult male let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. And what about Athena?
No.
Okay. And you indicated when you and as the adult male had his arms around Fatima's neck, you indicated that she was flailing around at first. Did you see anything else about her or about her face?
Her eyes were starting to roll back at one point.
Okay. When you say her eyes were starting to roll back at one point, what do you mean? Like roll back where?
Going this way.
Okay, going back, you're pointing sort of towards the back of your head?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about her facial color? Did her facial color stay the same or did it change?
I wasn't able to tell.
Okay. And you indicated that after the older male had his arms around Fatima's neck that the kids at the bus stop got involved. Do you remember if at some point other adults showed up?
Yes.
Okay, and were they and do you remember who showed up?
Yes. The bus driver that drives the 68 bus route, he had gotten off, and then also a adult, they had gotten out of their car to go and help out.
Okay, and you indicated the bus driver got from the 68 bus got off. Is the bus driver a male or a female?
Male.
Okay, and then what about the other person, the other adult that got out of their car to come assist? Was that a male or a female?
Male.
Okay. What about when the bus driver first showed up? What do you remember what the bus driver was doing?
He was trying to push the man off the daughter.
Okay. And when the bus driver was trying to push the male off of Fatima, was he successful in getting the male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What about when the other male from the car showed up to assist? Was he successful in getting the male off of Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that other males showed up. Do you remember if at any point whether any adult females showed up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if it was one or two adult females?
I believe it was one adult female, but she was accompanied by someone else.
Okay. And the person she was accompanied by, was that a female or a male?
Female.
Okay. And the adult female, when she first showed up, do you remember whether, at that point, whether the male still had his arms around Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. You don't remember, or he didn't?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then do you remember what when the adult female showed up, what if anything was she doing?
From the looks of it, she was just watching.
Okay. And then at some point did the police from Lacey Police Department show up?
Yes.
Okay, and did you end up talking to one of the police officers?
Yes.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
Officer Chavez, I believe her name was.
Okay. And Eric, did you, prior to coming into the courtroom today, also, did you watch a video of the incident that was taken from the 68 IT bus?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State moves to publish Exhibit 34.
You may.
And for the record, I am playing the video that is roadside video starting at 2:12:53.
Timberline High School.
And I'm stopping at 2:13:37. Eric, we saw a somebody in the clip that was wearing gray pants. Did you, in sort of towards the center right portion of the video footage, did you recognize that student?
Yes.
And who was
This shirt.
okay? And were you wearing gray pants?
I was wearing bluish pants
Okay.
with a dark blue stripe along
Oh,
pant leg going down.
okay. Starting again. And I'm pausing it at 2:13:44. Eric, I have my cursor. Can you see the cursor on the screen?
Yes.
And I have it pointed to someone that is in the further right portion of the image. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
And who was that? And have my cursor pointed to someone standing right beside you, also in the right portion, middle right portion of the image, who is wearing sort of what looks like olive green colored khakis. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
And who is that? Playing the footage again. I'm stopping the footage at 2:14:51. And Eric, when the bus, the 68 bus, intercity transit bus left that day, did you get on the bus?
No.
Okay, and why didn't you get on the bus?
I felt panicked.
I'm sorry?
I felt panicked.
You felt panicked?
Yes.
And why did you feel panicked?
I didn't feel right about just walking away or leaving from that situation.
Okay.
Especially when cops were called.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Price, just a couple of questions for you. You said during your testimony, one of the comments you made was from the looks of it. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Is that because you're remembering and testifying about this video that we just watched?
From my memory.
Okay. So, did you watch this video before coming in here to this courtroom today?
Yes.
When was that?
About 30 to 40 minutes before I got in here.
Prior to that, 30 to 40 minutes before coming in here, had you ever seen that video before?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I had saw it during my Zoom meeting when I was first talking to Olivia.
When was that?
I can't recall the date.
Do you have an approximation of when it was?
No.
Well, this incident was in October. Was it before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, so sometime before Christmas you watched it, and then you watched it again 30 to 40 minutes ago?
No.
No, okay.
I gotten confused by your question, sorry.
I'm sorry, okay. When you were talking to Olivia the first time, when did you watch the video?
I had saw it during that same Zoom meeting.
Okay.
So about a week or two ago.
Okay. So you watched it prior to testifying today twice in the last 10 days or so?
Correct.
All right. And so your testimony today, based on your memories of what happened, was that influenced at all by watching those videos?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Eric, thank you for being here. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just one follow-up question, Your Honor.
All right.
Eric, you indicated that after when this incident occurred, you spoke with Officer Chavez. Do you remember telling the jury that? Do you remember saying that a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay, and when you spoke with Officer Chavez, did you tell Officer Chavez what you had seen happen at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Leary.
There you are.
May this witness be excused?
So stepping out to record.
Thank you. Members of the jury, you can stand up if you'd like to, just move around a bit while we wait for the next witness. That actually includes anyone in the courtroom who wants to stand. You can be seated, please. Come forward, please. I'm going to start by placing you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please be seated. I'm going to ask that you pull your chair forward a little bit and adjust the microphone. All right, Ms. Stone, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Fatima, you're a little soft-spoken. We need to make sure that people can hear you okay. So if you have to pull the chair forward a little bit more, that's totally fine, but I may ask you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
If you can please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
FATIMA Ali, A-L-I.
And Fatima, how old are you?
I am 18.
When did you turn 18?
May 31st.
So just recently?
Yes.
Okay. Fatima, how tall are you?
I am 5'1".
Okay. And do you know how much you weigh?
101, I think.
A little over 100 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay. Fatima, in 2023, 2024, where did you live?
With my parents.
Okay. Anyone else live there?
Yes, my sisters and brothers.
And when you say your sisters, who are your sisters?
Haneen Ali and Nora Huda Ali.
And how old is Haneen?
She is 21, I believe.
Okay, what about Nora?
And Nora is 19.
Okay. And you said your brothers as well. How old are your brothers?
My little brother, Abraham Ali, is about 6 years old.
Okay. And do you have another brother?
Yes. And Ishaq Ali is about 3.
Okay. And you said you lived with your parents. Who are your parents?
Ihsan Ali and Zahraa Ali.
And Fatima, do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate where they're located in an article of clothing they're wearing? Starting first with your dad, please.
They're in the right next to the behind the window. Next to the windows. And
what is your dad wearing?
Black and gray.
Okay. And what about your mom?
Pink and black.
And the record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali.
And did you always live in... Okay. Where did you live before that?
Arizona.
Okay. And how long did you live in Arizona?
6 years.
Okay. Where were you born, Fatima?
I was born in Iraq.
And so how old were you when you moved to the U.S.?
I was about 8.
Okay. And Fatima, where do you currently go? Let me ask this a different way. In the fall of 2024, where did you go to school?
Timberline High School.
At any point, did you stop going to Timberline High School?
Yes.
And where did you go then?
Online. Online Summit High School.
Okay. And was Timberline High School in Lacey, Washington?
Yes.
And what year of school were you in when you started at Timberline between freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year?
I started for my sophomore year, junior, and my senior year, but I didn't finish my senior year.
Okay, so would, in the fall of 2024, would you have been starting your senior year? Or at the beginning of your senior year of high school?
At the beginning of my senior year.
And you said you go online now, is that correct?
Not now, but
I'm sorry, you said at some point you went online, is that correct?
yes.
Are you at a different in-person high school now?
Yes.
Okay. When did you move to online schooling from, apologies, let me back up. When you were going to Timberline High School, was that in person?
Yes.
When did you move from in person to online?
I believe in the beginning of October.
Was that your choice to move online?
No.
Whose choice was that?
My parents.
And how did you like online classes?
It was okay.
Okay. What was the schedule like for that?
It was normal schedules, but it was just Zoom and just the teacher talking to us while we're doing our assignments.
Okay. So did that mean those classes then were at a scheduled time versus you can just go online and do them at your own pace?
It was at a scheduled time.
Okay. How many days a week was that?
Every day.
And were you able then to do them from home?
Yes.
Did you have friends that were going online?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you have friends in school?
Yes.
Did they all maintain in-person school?
Yes.
When we talk about your friends at school, are you familiar with someone named Isaiah? And where do you know him from?
From Timberline High School.
Okay. And was he in the same class or your group as you, meaning were you both seniors at the time?
No, I was the senior.
And what was he?
He's a junior.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship between you and Isaiah in September, October of 2024? Acquaintances, friends, or something else?
We were dating.
Were you friends prior to that?
Yes.
Did you tell your parents when you started dating or talking to Isaiah?
No.
And why not?
I was afraid.
Okay. Well, are you allowed to date?
No.
How old were you at the time?
17.
Ultimately, do you know if your parents found out you were dating?
Yes.
Okay. Who found out first?
My mom.
Did she tell you that she knew?
Yes.
When you moved to online school, was a reason given for why you were moving to online school to you?
To me?
Yes.
No.
When did you find out you were moving to online school?
When I met with the school, the principal.
And how did that meeting go?
It was fine at first.
Who met with the principal?
My mom and my sister.
So your mom and your sister, did you get a decision to play in that? Did you get to give your input as to online school?
I did.
Yeah, and what was your opinion?
I didn't want to go.
So who decided that you were going online?
My mom.
Okay. And Fatima, you indicated that you were born in Iraq, is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been back to visit?
Yes.
And where to?
Iraq and Najaf.
You said in Najaf?
Najaf.
How many times have you been back?
Once.
Okay. When in relation to your senior year of high school did you go back to visit Iraq?
My sophomore year.
Okay. During the year or during the summer?
During the year.
Okay. So you would have been, if my math is right, about 16, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where your family or extended family, or any extended family is located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you like visiting Iraq?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Is there anything about Iraq that you, without explaining it, is there anything about Iraq that you didn't like?
Just felt unsafe.
Okay. When you came back to America from your visit, how did you feel about being back in America?
Going back?
About being back here in the United States. When you returned from Iraq and that visit, how did you feel about being back in the United States?
Better.
Okay. And when you say better, what do you mean by better?
Feeling safe.
So on or about Friday, October 18th of 2024, were you already in online school at this point?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. When did you move from in-person school to online school? I think you said the beginning of October earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in the middle of October, on October 18th, Friday, October 18th of 2024, were you actively going online to school?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware at that time of any pending or future trips to go back to Iraq?
Yes.
And do you know when you were scheduled to fly for that trip?
Not at that moment.
Okay. Do you know now, or let me phrase this a different way, when were you scheduled to fly for Iraq?
I don't know what day, but it was a Friday.
Okay. Is there an incident that happened on or about October 18th, 2024 at your school?
Yes.
Okay. When was the planned trip to Iraq in relation to that incident?
That day.
Okay. And how did you find out that you were going back, you were scheduled to travel back to Iraq?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. How did you find out about the trip?
I found out by my mom first.
Okay, and when you say you found out by your mom, what does that mean?
I overheard her conversation.
Talking to who?
My aunt.
Okay. And did anyone else confirm that for you later? Provide more details?
Yes.
Who?
My sister, Henning.
Okay. And do you recall, in relation to the incident we're going to talk about in a little bit, when did you find out about the trip back to Iraq?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Sure, no, that's okay. How long did you know you were traveling back to Iraq before the incident we're going to talk about? Days, weeks, months, hours, something different?
Like a week or so.
Okay. And when did you talk to your mom about that trip, meaning how long are we going for? What do I need to pack? Did you get any of that kind of information from your mom or your dad?
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of information did they give you about the trip?
To pack a lot of clothes.
Okay. How long were you going for?
More than at least 2 months.
Okay, so a couple of months?
Yes.
Did you have a round trip ticket or a one-way ticket?
One-way ticket.
And what, if anything, did they indicate about the online schooling that you were actively engaged in? Were you going to maintain your schooling?
Yes.
So their plan was to maintain that same schooling?
Yeah.
Do you know what the time difference is to Iraq from Washington?
About 10 hours.
And was everyone going on that trip, to your knowledge?
No.
Who was not going on that trip?
My dad and my sister Henning.
And who was going on the trip? Does that mean everyone else was going on the trip?
Yes.
Okay. You've previously described your prior experience going to Iraq and feeling unsafe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about returning back to Iraq?
Yes.
And based on your prior experiences in Iraq, did you have concerns about being safe upon your return?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about your return to the United States afterwards?
Yes.
And what concern did you have about returning to the U.S. afterwards?
Not returning at all.
Did you explain to your parents that you didn't want to go back?
No.
And why not?
Because no matter what I say, it doesn't really change.
Okay. How would you describe your communication style with your parents and theirs with you?
Not good.
And when you say not good, do you have an open communication back and forth? Can you talk to your parents about those types of things?
No.
Fatima, do you recall, a quick aside, do you recall participating in a hearing in March of this year where you were sworn in unrelated to this criminal case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall during the course of that hearing being asked a question about whether someone had contacted you, to which you indicated an answer that was not true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall during an interview with defense counsel earlier this year where you were asked about that question specifically?
Yes.
And when you were asked about that hearing, did you indicate to defense counsel that the hearing statement you had provided was not true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So on October 18th of this year, as I understand it, you didn't feel like you had a very open communication style with your parents. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment. Ms. Stoney said October 18th of this year.
Oh, apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. October 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay, last year. You indicated that you hadn't expressed those travel concerns for the reasons that you stated. Once you decided you didn't want to go back, did you make a plan about what to do?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, please, what that plan was?
To run away.
Okay. And how were you going to accomplish that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, on the morning of October 18th, 2024, tell me how that day started for you. What did you do that day?
I woke up at 4 in the morning.
And what did you do next?
I decided to pack up all my things and go out in the back door.
Okay. Did you take any money with you?
Yes.
Okay. How much did you take?
$100.
Okay. And whose money was that?
My mom's.
Okay. And you grabbed your things. You took $100 from your mom. You, what kinds of things? When you say you grabbed your things, what does that mean?
My clothes.
Okay. Anything else?
Hygiene stuff.
Okay. And where did you go?
To the bus stop.
And where did you go from the bus stop?
To Walmart and Safeway.
Okay. But why did you go to Walmart and Safeway?
Because school didn't start.
And when you say school, which school?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Why were you waiting for school to start?
So I can go there.
So you could what?
I can go there.
Okay. You've talked about, Fatima, where you didn't feel safe. Where did you feel safe?
In the school.
What happened next?
I was going to stop next to a bus stop next to the Safeway.
And then what happened?
Then my mom or my sister found me in the car.
Then what did you do?
Ran the other direction.
Okay. And what happened next?
I waited and I took a little break because I was tired.
And then what?
I went to the other side so they wouldn't see me.
And when you say the other side of what?
like not near a Safeway at all, like somewhere they cannot see where I'm going.
Okay. And what happened next?
I was waiting for the bus, and then I went further away.
And then what?
After I went further away, I was trying to come up with a plan or something so I can get to the school on time.
Okay. And what did you do after you had some time to kind of come up with a plan? Where did you go next?
I went into the bus, and then I went straight to the school.
And when you say the school, are we still talking about Timberline High School?
Yes.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes.
And what happened? Well, first of all, what time does school start?
7:30.
And where did you go when you got there?
I went straight to a classroom.
And whose classroom was that?
Mr. Thomas.
Who is Mr. Thomas? What does he teach?
History.
Okay. Had you had class with Mr. Thomas before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know any students in that class as well?
Yes.
Who did you know in that class? And what did Mr. Thomas do?
He told me he couldn't help me.
Okay. And did you, what period is that?
First period.
Okay. And after you spoke with Mr. Thomas, did he give you anything?
He gave me some food.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
To the counselor's office.
Okay. And when you left Mr. Thomas's class and you went to the counselor's office, where is the counselor's office?
Downstairs.
Okay. And who is the counselor?
Miss Robinson.
Miss Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And she is the school counselor?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Miss Robinson then from your time there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with Miss Robinson?
Yeah.
Without repeating anything that you said to Miss Robinson, what happened next?
Eventually I had a place to stay, and I had to wait until school was over.
Okay. Did you tell her what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell her what you were afraid of?
Yes.
And when you say you got a place to stay, did she assist you in getting that place to stay?
Yes.
Okay. Did she provide you with any additional items for the purpose of getting you set up in that place to stay?
Yes.
What kinds of items?
A blanket and a computer.
Okay.
Sorry,
Computer.
Computer, I believe she said.
Thank you.
And
Is that correct? Computer?
Yes.
were you trying to still do your online classes?
Yes.
Okay. And then how long did you stay at the school?
I don't know.
So did you stay until school ended, or?
Oh, I thought you meant.
That's okay.
I stayed until school was over.
Okay. And do you recall what time school lets out?
Ends at 2 o'clock.
And what happened when school let out? Where did you go when school let out? When all the bells ring, I'm assuming there's bells. When the bells ring and everyone's in the mass exodus, where do you go?
I went to the bus stop.
And where was Miss Robinson at this time?
She was leading me outside.
Okay. Did you see Isaiah at any point during the day?
Yes.
Where did you see Isaiah?
I saw him coming out from the front of the door, and then I was waiting on him.
Okay. And when you say the doors, which doors to the building?
The front.
Front doors?
Front doors.
Okay. So were you with Miss Robinson then at the time that you met up with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she started walking you to the bus stop. Did she go all the way to the bus stop with you?
No.
Or where did she leave you at?
Right in the front of the doors.
Okay. And did anyone walk with you to the bus stop then?
Yes.
Who did? And why were you going to the bus stop?
So I can get to the place where I can stay at.
Okay. Is this a non-profit location?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told your parents during this where you were going?
Not at that moment.
And as you're walking to the bus stop, well, let me back up. What are you dressed on this day? What are you wearing?
A hoodie and some black pants.
A hoodie and some black pants?
Yes.
Did you have any hats or masks with you?
Yes, I had my hood on and I had a beanie and a mask on.
And when you say a mask, what kind of mask?
Like a COVID mask.
A COVID mask?
Yes.
Were you wearing them as you walked to the bus stop, or had you taken them off?
I was wearing them.
Okay. At some point, did you take them off?
Yes.
When did you take them off?
When my dad was talking to me.
Okay, so as you're walking to the bus stop, what's happening around you? Are there kids? Is there traffic? Is it empty? What does the area look like?
Really busy.
Really busy? Okay.
I need you
And
to verbally respond. You shook your head, but if you could give a verbal response, please.
I apologize.
no, you're okay. So is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And remember that the reason, and we talked about it, right? The reason is because we have a court reporter. She has to write down everything we say. So if you nod, she can't write down a nod. If you say mm-hmm, she can't write down an mm-hmm. We don't know what that means. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're walking to the bus stop, what's happening next?
I saw my dad's truck
And when you say you saw your dad's truck, where did you see that?
in the parking lot.
Was it parked? Was it driving? What was it doing?
It was just parked
Okay. And where in relation to you was the truck?
next to the bus stop.
Okay. What kind of truck does your dad have?
Gray Ram truck.
Do you recall what you were wearing underneath your dark hoodie, your black hoodie or dark hoodie, and those black pants at the time?
Yes.
And what was that?
A pink shirt.
Do you remember what Isaiah was wearing?
No, but I know that he was wearing something black.
Okay. You just remember that it was black?
Yes.
Where is that bus stop for the school in relation to the school itself?
Next to the high school's sign.
And is that bus stop for a school district bus, a city bus, or something else?
A city bus.
And for Turner?
You may.
Fatima, I'm going to give you what's been marked and admitted as States Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done and ready, okay? Fatima, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are those?
It's the bus stop and the school.
Okay. And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back to me, okay? May I publish, Honor?
You may.
Give it a sec. Fatima,
Can you please indicate which exhibit you have published?
yes, Your Honor. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1. When you are looking at this, may I approach with the clicker?
Yes.
If you push this button, you see the little cursor on there? That will move it around, okay? So you can find out what I'm asking. There's a little bit of a delay, so just give it a second. There you go, okay? Fatima, when you said you left from the front doors of Timberline High School, where on the map here are we looking at on State's Exhibit 1?
Right
and you're
there.
pointing about the center, just above center of the map, is that correct? And it's a
Yeah.
little finicky. Okay. And when you said you walked across the parking lot to the bus stop, which direction did you go? And did you follow that trail or that pathway down the middle? It looks like it's almost dissecting the map through the parking lot, connecting to Mullen Road and the bus icon.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. And Fatima, what are we looking at here? What is this a photograph of?
A zoom in of the parking lot.
Okay. And so when you were traveling from the front doors of the school to the bus stop, which direction are you going based on the parking lot here? How did you travel?
So we need you to please try and verbally describe that. And use the pointer, okay?
Okay. I was going the sidewalk. I was just following the trail.
Okay, so that where the crosswalks are marked on the map with the trail, or excuse me, the crosswalks are marked on the map with the sidewalk that's top to bottom of the photo, about a third of the way over from the left-hand side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you first remember seeing your dad, where was your dad's truck when you first remember seeing it?
He was on my right and he was near to the bus stop.
Okay, so you pointed out about center left of the photograph, him parked in one of those side lots. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did his truck stay there or did his truck move, if you remember?
His truck moved.
And do you remember where his truck moved to?
To the front of the bus stop.
Okay, and so now you've pointed towards the bottom left-hand side of the photograph, to the parking lot slots that are almost right directly next to the bus stop. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who saw your truck first? Did you see it, or did Isaiah see it, or did both of you see it?
I saw it.
Okay. And what happened? What do you think when you saw your dad's truck?
We didn't think it was his truck.
Okay, so when you say you saw your dad's truck but you didn't think it was his truck, what do you mean?
Hoping for the best.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then. Did you think it was his truck but you were hoping it was not?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you hoping it wasn't your dad's truck?
Because I was afraid.
Okay. So what did you do based on the information of seeing your dad's truck?
I kept walking.
Okay. And what happens next?
I was at the bus stop.
And when you get to the bus stop, are there kids at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many kids, if you know, or can estimate?
At least 10 and above.
And is your dad at the bus stop when you get to the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens next?
He started talking to me.
Okay. And what happens while he's talking to you?
I was just trying to wait for the bus.
Okay. And what do you mean you're just trying to wait for the bus? Are you communicating back with him?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you two communicating?
Calmly but intense.
Okay. Where is the first time, when you get to the bus stop, where do you first see your dad? Like there at the bus stop or within the vicinity of the bus stop?
He was behind the high school sign.
Okay, so the high school sign, the actual Timberline High School sign, is
Yes.
that correct? Where is the sign? If you're standing, if I'm looking at the bus stop, where is the sign? Is it to the left of the bus stop or to the right of the bus stop?
Behind.
Behind? Okay. And while you're standing there, your dad walks up. How does that conversation start?
With my name.
Okay. Is it initially calm? Is it initially not calm? Is it initially quiet, loud? What does the initial start of that conversation look like between the two of you?
Calm.
Calm. What about volume? Loud, soft, something else?
Soft.
Does that, the tenor of that conversation change? Does the volume and interaction between the two of you change as that conversation progresses?
To me.
What's that?
To me, it was different.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
I felt the energy and the intensity.
So it felt like it got more intense?
Yes.
Could you tell if other kids were noticing that this conversation was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is your dad, if you know?
He's in his 40s.
Okay. Do you know how tall or heavy he is?
No.
Okay. Is he bigger than you?
Yes.
And when you were talking, did you talk back to your dad? Meaning during the course of the conversation, was he just talking at you and you were waiting for the bus? Or did you engage back with him and speak back with him?
I talked back.
Okay. And was that in English, Arabic, or something else?
Arabic.
And what were you telling him?
I didn't want to go back home.
And did he accept that?
No.
And as this conversation is going, is your dad getting louder or quieter or something else?
He didn't get louder.
Okay.
He didn't get quieter either.
Okay. And what about his demeanor or mood? Was he happy and relaxed or something else?
He looked frustrated.
Sure. Was your dad aware that people were recording?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because he told me.
Okay. Was he smiling during the conversation with you?
A little bit.
Okay. And have you seen your dad smile before?
Yes.
Okay. You said earlier he didn't seem happy, but you've said he's smiling. How do those two things both exist?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'll ask that a different way. So you said he's smiling. Was it a happy smile?
No.
And tell me what you mean by that.
He looked mad while he was smiling.
So he looked like he was mad, but he was smiling more as he got angry?
Yes.
Does your dad speak both Arabic and English?
Yes.
And as this conversation is continuing, where is Isaiah?
Beside me.
Is he doing or saying anything?
Just comforting me.
And what does that mean when you say comforting me?
He was patting my back.
Did you have any kind of updates about where the bus was? Like, meaning is, did you know if the bus was coming? Could you see the bus? Or were you still no idea where the bus is at this point?
I knew that the bus was coming.
And how would you describe the distance between you and your dad physically as this conversation is happening?
Can you explain it in a different way?
Sure. Were you standing on one side of the bus stop and he's still over by the sign? Are you standing super close to each other, something farther away, or something else entirely? How would you describe the distance between you and your dad during that conversation?
It was not too close, but not too far. And every time when I back away, he comes closer.
Okay. Did he comment at all about Isaiah patting your back?
Yes.
What did he say about Isaiah patting your back?
That he was getting really upset about it.
Okay. Did he have any concerns about how close Isaiah was standing to you?
Yes.
And what were those concerns that he expressed? I mean, what did he say about it?
He didn't say anything. I just knew that he looked really upset that I was standing by him.
Okay. So what happens next? After you're having this conversation, Isaiah is patting your back, your dad's getting frustrated, and I believe you said he was getting mad. He's smiling more, but you know he's getting mad instead. What happens next?
The bus came.
Okay. What happens when the bus comes?
I tried to go to the bus.
And then what happens?
My dad.
And what happened next?
I don't remember.
Okay. So your dad grabs your hoodie. Does he say anything?
Yes.
And what did he say?
My daughter.
Okay. Where is Isaiah during this?
Beside me.
Okay. Is Isaiah still patting your back, or is Isaiah doing something different?
Trying to push my dad away.
Okay. And this is after your dad has grabbed your hoodie?
It was during.
Okay. I know you said you don't remember much, so let me ask a couple of specific questions, okay? Let's take it in some bite-sized chunks. At the time your dad makes contact with you and grabs your hoodie, are you standing up, sitting down, lying down, or something else?
I was standing up.
Okay. And when your dad grabs you, is he still talking quietly, or is he louder at this point?
Louder.
And after your dad grabs your hoodie, let's go through some of the senses. What's the next thing you remember seeing? What are some of the images that you remember seeing?
I was seeing my hand reaching my neck.
When you said you saw your hand reaching your neck, okay. Do you remember if it was light out or dark out?
Light.
Okay. And why is your hand reaching for your neck?
Because I knew my dad was choking me.
Okay. When you say you remember seeing your hand reach for your neck, do you remember if it was the palm of your hand, the back of your hand, or something else?
The palm.
Okay. And do you have any other images that you remember during this period of time?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I saw darkness at first.
Okay. And when you say you saw darkness, what else do you remember?
Another image.
Any images that you remember seeing?
I saw Isaiah and a friend standing above me.
You saw Isaiah and a friend standing above you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything else?
I saw a lady holding a phone.
Did you know her?
No.
Okay. Are you sure about the order of events in which these images are that you remember, or just images?
It was just images.
Okay. Do you remember when you see these things, if you're standing up, lying down, sitting down, or something else?
Some of them were lying down, some of them were standing up.
Okay. In terms of what you remember when you're lying down, which ones do you remember seeing while you're lying down?
The one where I'm reaching for my neck, and the one where Isaiah and a friend was above me.
Okay. And you said you remembered seeing your hand reach for your neck because your dad was choking you. How do you know that? Meaning, what were you feeling to tell you that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Where was your dad when your dad was choking you?
Behind me.
So what's the next thing that you remember feeling, either touching you or that you were touching?
I'm not quite sure, but I just knew that my dad was choking me.
Okay. Did you feel arms around your neck?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember feeling or touching anything else?
Yes.
What do you remember feeling or touching?
The dirt on my face.
Okay. And was there dirt on your face while your dad's arms were on your neck?
Yes.
Were you speaking or breathing or saying anything?
No.
What about air? Could you feel the ability to breathe?
No.
Did you have any pain?
Yes.
And where was that pain?
On my neck.
Okay. When you felt the dirt on your face, do you remember seeing anything while you felt the dirt on your face?
No.
Were you on the ground or standing up?
I was on the ground.
And is your dad still choking you at this point?
Yes.
Do you know how long this went on for?
No.
How long did it feel like it was going for?
Sustained.
Did it feel long or short?
Long.
And when you say you could feel, well, let me back up. What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Okay. Are you saying anything?
No.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for break.
Ask the bailiffs to come forward. It's time for our afternoon.
Poor Fatima. Oof. All right, we'll so that's Fatima. We hold on, they may come back.
Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Keating? No, Your Honor. Mr. Larry? Okay. All right, we will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, he's not going to show remorse. We think that he's going to, he's not going to show remorse. You know. All right, there's a poll. Will anyone in Fatima's family take the stand to back her up? So go ahead and take a moment to answer the poll before I end it. All right, so Fatima, the victim. Actually, before that, we had Eric. He was a witness. We heard a couple other names. He tried to get, let's see, he punched Isaiah Elderman. So he didn't do anything. He's okay. So Eric was the one that kicked Ihsan in the head. All right. So we'll get to Fatima's. She turned 18 May 31st. She's 5'1", 100. She says a little bit over 100 pounds. 5'1", 101 pounds. She is a tiny, tiny little thing. and she's 18, right? So she lives with her parents. She mentions Haneen and Nora, 19 and 21. She has 2 brothers, 3 and 6, she thinks. She says about. So she lived in Arizona for 6 years. She was born in Iraq. Remember, we were trying to figure out where she was born. So she was born in Iraq. So she came over, she said, when she was about 8. She went to Timberline. So the fall of 2024, she was at school. Then they pulled her out of school as she's beginning October. So school starts in August, September, right? And so she's there for a month or two, and they pull her out, and she goes to online school. She had a teacher. So let's see. She did keep up with her friends. So she was a senior, and Isaiah was the junior. It's kind of like Raul and his girlfriend, right? So September and October they were dating. They were friends prior. She didn't tell her parents because she was afraid, because she's not allowed to date. She was 17 at the time. Her mom was the first to find out. She found out she was moving to online when she met with the principal. It's like, hey, what's up, Mom? Oh, guess what? We're meeting with the principal and you're going online. You're going to do online studying. She didn't want to go, of course. Now, hey, Chris, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Don't give Mom a pass. She has agency, of course. Yeah. Welcome to Rabbit Ears, Chris. All right. So she had been to Iraq and Najaf, 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 I think she said, Najaf. She'd been there once, sophomore year, during the year. So during the school year, she went over there. She said she felt unsafe there. She felt better when she returned to the U.S. She knew about future trips to Iraq. She didn't know the date of when this happened, but it was a Friday. So October 18th, the trip was scheduled for that day, but she found out from her mom about a week before, and then her sister Haneen talked about it. So she didn't find out that day. She found out about it a week before. She found out because her parents told her to pack a lot of clothes. It was a one-way ticket, and she was going to go there for at least 2 months. She was not coming back. She was not a one-way ticket. She is not coming back. All right, but the online school was to be maintained. The time difference is about 10 hours. Her dad and sister Haneen were not going on the trip. She said she felt unsafe about returning to Iraq and then coming back. She knew she was not returning at all. She said, no matter what I say, it wasn't going to change. It's like falling on deaf ears, right? So communication style is not good with her parents. She can't talk about these things. So she made a plan on what to do. That plan was to run away, but she had no idea how to do it. So she woke up at 4 a.m. that morning, October 18th, right, 2024. And she decided to pack and go out the back door, but she took $100 from her mom. So she stole from her mother. I'm sure her mom's like, you stole from me. All right, so she went to Walmart and then Safeway until school started, so she could go there. Mom and her sister found her, so she ran away, or she kept, she ran, right? I guess her mom and sister found her there. So she trying to come up with a plan to get to school. So school started at 7:30. That is pretty early. I think Northwest, you said that's pretty early. I remember we started at 9 or 8:45. 7:30 is really early. So she went to Mr. Thomas's classroom, history class. He said he couldn't help her. I'm like, oh, dude, you can't help her? Come on, call somebody. That's like, oh, Mr. Thomas, what are you doing? But he gave her some food. He said, I can't help you, but here's some food. So she went to the counselor's house. I would at least call the police, at least call 911 or something. Say, hey, anyway, Mr. Thomas. So she had a place to stay. She had to wait for school to be over. She told Miss Robinson. A blanket and computer were given to her. She was trying to do online classes. Did anyone else think, here's to you, Mrs. Robinson? Cuckoo. So she was doing online classes. She stayed until school was over, which was 2 o'clock, so 7:30 to 2. So they get out pretty early. She went to the bus stop. Miss Robinson was waiting outside. She saw Isaiah coming out the front doors, so she was waiting on him as well. That's when Miss Robinson left her. So she went to the bus stop so she could get to a safe place. She didn't tell her parents about where she was going. She had on hoodie, black pants, and a pink shirt. She had a beanie and a COVID mask on. She took them off when Dad was talking to her, though. She was really busy. Oh, the bus stop was really busy. Let me just say, the bus stop was really busy. Really busy. Bus stop was really busy. She saw Dad's truck in the parking lot. He was parked, and the truck moved to front of bus stop. She was hoping it wasn't his truck because she was afraid. She kept walking to the bus stop with the other kids. She said there was at least 10 and above. Dad is there. He starts talking to her. She said it started out calm and soft, but then she felt the energy and intensity increase. She said other kids were watching. Dad is in his 40s. She doesn't know his height or weight, but she knows he's bigger. She talked back in Arabic, and she didn't want to go back home. Dad didn't accept that, and he looked frustrated, but he was smiling a bit. I was trying to, how do you smile and be mad at somebody? I'm going to get, that's really weird. I'm getting so mad at you. I'm trying to figure out how would you smile and still look angry? It wasn't a happy smile. He was looking mad while he was smiling. She said Dad speaks English and Arabic well. Isaiah was by her side, patting her back. She didn't know the bus was coming. Dad was not too close, and every time she would take a step back, he would come closer, or he would keep coming closer. He was getting upset with Isaiah patting her back. She, he looked really upset because she was standing by Isaiah. Now remember, she's not supposed to be dating, let alone having this guy pat her back, right? So Dad grabs the hoodie and says, "My daughter," while she's standing up. So he's claiming possession, right? Because Isaiah's patting her back, and he's like, "Nope, this is my daughter." Dad reached for her neck, and she knew he was choking her. So she doesn't even remember Isaiah getting punched. Because we watched that video. We watched that video, Isaiah definitely gets clocked. She remembers seeing darkness at first. She saw Isaiah and his friend standing over her. She remembers a lady holding a phone. That must have been Miss Wagner. That must have been Mary Wagner. She remembers dirt on her face while Dad had arms on her neck. She couldn't breathe. She had pain on her neck. She felt heartbroken for what her dad did. She felt heartbroken. She had fear of dying, and she started to cry. That's when the state asked for a break. Said this is probably good time for a break. Oh, I know, Wendy. Poor thing. Nanar, this is so heartbreaking. Sorry. Dang it. All right, come back here. Nanar. So heartbreaking. Anita Margarita. I can't imagine the heartbreak of such betrayal by a parent. Locking horns with a parent is not uncommon, but to have them attempt to take your life is unfathomable. I agree. Chris says no men are supposed to touch their women. I know. Smile for appearances. Shore Life, your dad could do a great smile. Sorry, Shore Life. Susie, hopefully Mrs. Robinson will testify, but be fearful. I would be. He's a nut. And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Mrs. Robinson is the school counselor. Yep. Lucy H., the monsters treated her like a piece of property. Yep. Denny Dawn, so sad. Trixie, thanks for the recap. You're welcome. Some of these details are hard to listen to, very triggering. I know. Stacy, it's going to get worse. Yeah. Well, will it? I mean, we heard it pretty bad already. Dwayne, I know we've been having issues, my friend. Sorry. It's us too. It's everything. Not just you, it's us. But hopefully it will kick in. Laura Wright, good to see you. Did Mr. Thomas testify? He has not yet. Lucy H., the people that are supposed to protect. Yep. The people that are supposed to protect you. Yep, I know. I think it was the truck driver's wife, Mary. Oh, Yeah. That was Wagner. Yeah, it was the Wagners. Josh was the Army veteran, 13 years, I think. He's the one that detained, pulled the arm away of Ihsan and detained him. And then, yeah, Mary, I think she called 911 for sure. So it was probably it was probably her with the phone. I hear you. I agree. Will she ever be safe, misconstrue? I don't know. She's got an uncle in Canada. She's got the older sisters. Who knows? I mean, they have extended family in Iraq. Who knows? Somebody's going to come over. I know. Bertie, has the teacher testified? No, that was Mr. Robinson. He has not testified yet. Let me get to some of your hug your kids for sure. Isn't that what Vinny says? Emma, I'm looking to become I'm looking at how to become a victim advocate. It is so very needed. That's really wonderful. Laura, good to see you too. Thank you for coming in to our chat. Always good to see familiar faces and new faces. I love it. Sarah Sky Craig, I hope they're kind. I really do. They don't. Their clients are guilty as hell. Yeah. I know. It's like, oh, here, Wagner. Defense would be wise to go easy on her. Challenge anything that might be inconsistent, but not bully. Yeah, that's. I was going to put that up as a poll. Like, what do you think? How do you think? How do you think the cross should come in? All right. Let's see. We have. I'm going to end the poll. We're at 31 minutes. Let's end the poll. Vinny Pooh says that, yeah. It's 513 votes. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you, chat, for that. 513 votes. Let's see, 513 votes. We have, will anyone in Fatima's family take the stand to back her up? 83% said no way. 16% said definitely will. I said no way because of what the daughter did, what her older sister did. She was basically saying, they're attacking my dad. They're attacking my dad. So, yep, Lily Wayne, Cross needs to be, Cross needs to be very, very gentle. Absolutely. Mel Stiller, I am a retired youth worker, but to this day, young people still want to include me. Nice. Real happy. Being a mother is hands down the best job I've ever had. Also my favorite. Every child should feel wanted and loved. I'd adopt many if I had the money. I know, right? Brie Raz says, if the defense manages to poke holes and paint her as an overdramatic teen girl whose bad boyfriend attacked her dad, the dad still choked his own daughter, you can't blame anyone but him for those actions. Don't forget, Brie, yeah, absolutely great point. Dad was the one that punched boyfriend first, Isaiah first, and then, yeah, absolutely, yeah. The order of events was dad punched boyfriend, chokes daughter, everybody jumps on dad. So it would be, it's like their obligation, right? Can't you get in trouble? It's like if you see somebody drowning in a pond, it's your obligation to go in and jump and try and save them. I'm pretty sure that I don't know what it's called. Northwest, do you know what that's called? What's the law to help somebody? What is the law that requires you to help someone? Am I legally, I guess it's a Good Samaritan, right? So it's a Good Samaritan law, Hornsby law. Am I illegally obligated to help someone? California, this is California, imposes a legal obligation on individuals. Hornsby law is the Florida Good Samaritan law. Good Samaritan law. Yeah, so those kids would have been, if they didn't help her, they would have been probably prosecuted for letting her die, right? Then there's that. Good Samaritan law. Yes, thank you. Tom and Mel, thank you. Snowcat, thank you. Susan, yeah, Good Samaritan law. So do you think they would have, those kids, if they hadn't done anything, like what would they have done if they had just sat there and let her get choked out, right? Failure to provide aid. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I think they would have then if that. Oh, is Future with us? Where's Future? I see people saying hello to Future. All right. Let's see. FLA Mama Bear. Hopefully she can be declared an adult, stay away from the family, and continue her education and have a future not being a slave. She is an adult. She's 18. She's absolutely an adult. Thank you, Sarah, for that. 1.1. We have 1,161 watching and only 603 thumbs up. Thank you for that. I don't think defense will be gentle, Northwest says. Interesting. Sky Bell, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Like your little dog, too. Your little pup. All right, here we go.
Any issues before we bring the jury back? Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? All right. Go ahead and bring her back in so she can retake the stand, and please bring the jury in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm dying to know what the jury makeup is, right? Well, we know we lost a young female, but if there's like 4 or 5 parents on this, oh man.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
FATIMA. So when we left off, you had talked about some of the fears that you had. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember hearing during this time? What are some of the things that you remember hearing?
I don't remember hearing anything during the time.
Okay. Do you remember hearing voices at any point during this process?
When I woke up.
Okay, and what do you remember hearing when you woke up?
My mom.
What do you remember hearing your mom say?
My daughter.
Do you know where your mom is when you're hearing this?
Behind me.
Okay. And what is your mom doing behind you?
Holding on to me.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear that.
Holding on to me.
She's holding on to you. Where do you feel her holding on to you?
My chest and my neck.
Do you know how you went from your dad's arms around your neck to your mom's arms around your chest and neck?
No.
Fatima, this may sound like a obvious question. Is this a normal way for your parents, either of them, to hold you or comfort you?
I don't know.
Meaning, let me ask this a different way. Is this how your parents have held and comforted you before? Do they normally put their arms around your neck?
No.
Does that include your mom?
Yes.
What is the next thing that you remember after you described yourself as waking up? What do you mean by waking up?
Regain consciousness.
Okay. So did you lose consciousness during this event?
Yes.
Do you know how many times? Was it once, more than once, or something else? If you remember.
At least 4 times.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember seeing when you wake up? What do you see around you?
The bush.
You see bushes or the bush?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that when your mom is on you or at a different time?
When my mom is on me.
Okay. Are you talking to your mom or trying to talk to your mom?
Trying to talk to my mom.
And what are you trying to tell her?
That I didn't want her arm around my neck.
Okay. Are you able to breathe?
A little bit.
A little bit? Could you breathe fully at that point?
No.
How would you describe your mom's size compared to you?
A bit bigger.
Do you remember if you're standing, lying, or sitting down at this point?
Sitting down.
Fatima, how would you describe your awareness of your environment around you at this time?
A lot of yelling.
I'm sorry?
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling. How are you feeling?
Scared.
Okay. How would you describe your physical feeling? Do you feel like your normal self or something else?
Something else.
And what is that something else?
Hurt.
Okay. What happened next after you're trying to ask your mom or tell your mom to let go of you? What happens next that you remember?
Isaiah was trying to pull me.
Isaiah was trying to pull you?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens?
I was trying to get up.
When you're trying to get up, what happens when you try and get up?
I couldn't get up.
You couldn't get up? And then what?
Well, then you didn't respond to that last one when she said you couldn't get up.
Could you not get up?
I couldn't get up, yes.
Okay. And then what happens?
Eventually I got up and I tried to walk away.
Okay. How would you describe your legs working at that point?
Weak.
Okay. Do you remember whether you saw your sister at all at any point?
Yes.
Okay, where was your sister?
She was holding on to me.
She was holding on to you? Holding on to what?
My sleeve.
And what, if anything, or what communications, if any, are you having with your sister?
I didn't have any communications.
Okay. Were you doing anything? What were you trying to do during this period of time? You're standing up, your sister's got your sleeve. Where is Isaiah? Where is everyone?
I was trying to let her let go of me.
Okay, and what happens next?
She let go, and then I started running.
Okay, and where were you running?
To the school.
Why were you trying to get away from your mom and your sister?
Because I was afraid.
Okay. Do you remember if your mom ever spoke to you in either Arabic or English to ask you if you were okay?
No,
No, you don't remember, or no, she did not?
I don't remember, and I don't think she did.
Does your mom speak English to any extent?
A little bit.
Are you aware of whether she has communicated or communicates with your teachers or school in English?
Yes.
Fatima, based on your recollection of that day and your experience, would you have been able to get away from either of your parents without help from Isaiah or others that were present on scene?
I could not get help if I was alone.
Okay. Were either of them holding on to you with your consent?
No.
Do you know what happened after Isaiah helped you get away from your mom? You said you ran to the school. Where's Isaiah during this?
Running with me.
Okay. Where is your mom and or your dad or Haneen?
I didn't know where my dad was, but my mom was following me.
Okay. What did that look like?
What do you mean?
Like when you say following, were you guys running? Were you walking? Something else?
I was running and she was walking.
And where did you go?
To the school.
And where in the school?
In the front.
And did you go inside the school?
Yes.
Okay. Where inside the school?
Straight to the office.
Okay. Do you remember who was at the office?
The front desk and Miss Robinson.
And when you say the front desk, are there people that work at the front desk?
Yes.
Okay. Male or female?
Female.
Did you tell them anything when you got there?
Yes.
And what did you say when you walked in?
He was trying to kill me.
And how did you feel physically? Did you have any pain anywhere?
Yes.
And where did you feel pain?
My throat.
In your throat?
Yes.
Okay. Anywhere else?
My body felt weak.
Have you seen any videos of the events in this case?
Only one.
And what video was that? Do you remember?
I think it was a kid holding, recording.
A kid's video?
Yes.
Do you know who took that video?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any video footage of any bus, or are you aware if there's any video footage of this incident from a bus camera?
I'm aware.
Okay. Have you actually seen it?
No.
Okay. May I, Coach Runner?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 5 through 20. I'm going to ask you to look at these silently to yourself, and then look up at me when you're done, please. I recognize that they are in backwards order. Fatima, have you ever seen those before?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Have you ever seen those photographs before?
No.
Okay. I'm going to take them back from you. Fatima, based on your review of State's Exhibits 5 through 20, are you depicted in these photographs? Meaning, can you see yourself in these pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you first State's Exhibit 7, Fatima. And I'm going to move it over so we're looking at the right-hand side of that photograph as it adjusts itself. I know it's a little blurry just because of the pixelation. Do you see yourself in this photograph as it comes? There we go.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And where do you see yourself in the photograph? Do you still have the pointer by you?
Yes.
Okay, if you can point that out with the cursor, and then we'll describe where you're pointing. Is that you bent over?
Yes.
Okay. And we're looking at the, I would say, right-hand side, fourth quarter, right-hand side, about center of the page. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is to the right of you in the black hoodie and the pants, the jeans?
Isaiah.
Okay. And who has a hold of you next to you in that photograph?
My dad.
Okay. State's Exhibit. And Fatima, do you see where you're located in this photograph here?
Yes.
Where are you located in that photograph?
On the ground.
So you're already on the ground at that point?
Yes.
And who is standing there with the Nike backpack?
Isaiah.
Okay. And who is holding on to Isaiah in this photograph?
My dad.
Okay.
And the witness did use the pointer to point out what she identified as herself, which is just below mid-center.
Thank you. And that whole grouping is still in that same area with you, is that correct? Mid right-hand side of the photograph and just below mid-center?
Yes.
Okay. Fatima, State's Exhibit 10. And we're looking at the bottom right-hand corner of that photograph. Where are you, ma'am?
Leaning over.
Okay. And State's Exhibit.
The witness used the pointer to point out who she identified as herself in the lower right quarter of the exhibit.
State's Exhibit 11. Looking again at the bottom right-hand corner of that exhibit. Where are you?
Standing.
Okay. And you've got the cursor over top of your face. Are those your dad's hands on you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 12. Where are we looking at here?
My dad is grabbing a hold on to me, and I'm bent over.
Okay. And is Isaiah touching or near you in this photograph?
No.
Okay.
And the witness used the cursor to identify herself on the right-hand side, just right of middle.
And Fatima, State's Exhibit 15. We're looking at the right-hand side, center of the page. Do you see yourself in there? Do you know where you are in that photograph?
I do.
Where are you, ma'am?
On the ground.
And can you see your shoes in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
And the witness used the cursor to identify where she was at on the ground in the same area where the other people are congregated.
Thank you. Fatima, do you remember, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. And we're looking again, right-hand side of the photograph, center of the photograph. Do you see the individual in the orange vest?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual in the orange vest?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him at any point during that?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. Looking at this photograph, do you see the individual right in the middle of the screen, running across, crossing the street, right in the middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that individual at any point during these events?
No.
Okay. Fatima, what happened when you got to the office?
They took me to a room.
Who took you to a room?
The counselor and Isaiah.
Okay. Do you see your mom again after you've left her or run from her at the bus stop?
No.
What happens next when you're in that room?
The fire department came.
Okay, did the police come?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Did you talk to the fire department?
Yes.
Did they do any kind of examination on you?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got to the office, what kind of injuries were you able to notice about yourself once you sat down?
My hand was scratched up and my neck was so sore, and I felt the scratches on my neck.
Okay. Did you have any indications that you'd been on the ground on you?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Earlier you described feeling dirt on your face. Did you still have dirt on your face?
Yes.
Okay. What did your voice sound like? Any changes?
It was really soft.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You are kind of a soft speaker anyway. So how was that different from how you sound now?
Like, I can hardly speak, and it was hard for me to talk.
Okay. Did you have any burning?
Yes.
Where did you have burning?
On my throat.
Did you have any bruises?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you have any pain on the outside of your throat? You described pain on the inside of your throat. Did you have any pain on the outside of your neck?
Yes.
Where was that?
A lot of swelling.
And after fire checked you out, where did you go?
To the hospital.
Okay. How long were you at the hospital?
2 days.
And were there any limitations on what you could or could not do at the hospital in terms of food or water?
I couldn't eat for a day.
Okay. And was that the doctor's recommendation that you not eat for a day?
Yes.
And what about when you were allowed to start, did that apply to liquid too, if you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And what about when you were allowed to start eating and drinking? How did that feel?
Really sore.
And do you recall if photos were taken of you prior to you going to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who took those photos?
No, but I know it's a lady.
It was a lady that took them?
Yes.
What about while you were at the high school? Do you remember if anyone took photos of you at the high school?
I don't think so.
Okay. Or if you do, they did, you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Fatima, do you know if your mom was allowed to be on school property?
Yes.
And was she allowed to be on school property?
No.
Did your mom tell you if she was not allowed to be on school property?
Yes.
Your mom talked about that with you?
Yes.
And what did your mom say about being on school property?
That I couldn't go either.
That what?
That I couldn't go to school either.
That because she couldn't go, you couldn't go either?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether a trespass letter was provided to your mom?
Yes.
Were you there when it was provided to your mom?
Yes.
Was anyone else there when that letter was provided to your mom?
My sister and my dad.
Okay, and your sister is?
Haneen.
Okay. Do you remember who provided that letter to your mom?
A cop.
Okay. Do you remember if it was a male or a female officer?
A male.
Okay. Does Haneen speak English?
Yes.
Okay. Does she speak English better than your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And does she help your mom sometimes with English as well?
Yes.
Do you know, did your mom ever talk to you about whether she was allowed to have contact with Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if your mom had ever been to the school before, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And how often did your mom come to the school?
A lot.
Okay. So it wasn't an unfamiliar location, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Had your sisters gone to that school also?
Yes.
And based on your observations of your mom, would your mom have been comfortable enough communicating with school staff in English?
Sustained.
Based on your observations with your mom, had your mom ever communicated with school staff in Arabic?
In Arabic?
Right. Did the schools talk to your mom in Arabic?
No.
Did your mom talk to school staff in English?
Yes.
Did she ever have Haneen come do that for her, or did she do that herself?
Haneen came and did that for her.
Every time or sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. So Fatima, I have a few questions to clarify for you. You talked about, I guess, leaving Timberline High School in late September, early October, right?
Yes.
And you went to online school.
Yes.
Before you went to online school, you went and had a meeting with the school district, right?
Yes.
And one of the issues that you were having going to school is that you were not attending, correct?
Yes.
Question, relevance.
Overall.
And so you went to a meeting in the school district with your mom and your sister Haneen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that meeting, it was decided that online school might be better for you. Is that right?
Can you repeat that for me?
At the meeting with the school district, it was decided that online school might be better for you. One of the reasons is because you were not attending in person.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the reasons you weren't attending in person was because you didn't get your 504 plan that you were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you were decided to do online school so you could be at home and make sure that you did your work, right?
I didn't decide.
Okay, but that's what was the decision that was made between your mother and the school district.
Yes.
Okay. One of the other issues that you addressed at that meeting with the school district was that you were planning, your mother told them to travel to Iraq for an extended period of time. Is that right?
No.
Now, when I talked to you a couple months ago, you said that that meeting you discussed going to Iraq. Do you remember that?
With my mom.
And the school district?
No.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 525. And I'm going to have
Mr. Kading, I would appreciate it if you would request permission to approach the witness with exhibits.
Terribly sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Fatima, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit, or excuse me, Defendant's Exhibit 525. And this was from May 1st, 2025, page 73. And if I could have you read for me, to yourself, lines 5 through 21, please. Okay. 73. Page 73. Okay. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about you going to Iraq, right?
Yes.
And wasn't one of the things discussed at your meeting with the school district and your mother your travel to Iraq?
It wasn't with the school district.
Pardon me?
It wasn't with the school district.
Okay. When we were talking, you said that you were going to be changing schools and you had trouble with attendance at Timberline. You said yes, right? Your next answer was not just that, it was also to go to Iraq. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, you were changing schools, going online because of attendance problems.
Yes.
You were also going to attend school from Iraq online, right?
I'm kind of confused here.
Okay. What's confusing? I asked you, did you talk about doing school in Iraq?
I didn't talk to the school district. I talked it with my mom.
Okay. And you discussed doing school online with her
Yes. And
so that you could do that while you were in Iraq
yes.
for an extended period of time.
Yes.
So you knew about the trip to Iraq.
Not at that moment.
You talked about it doing school in Iraq, but you didn't know about the trip to Iraq.
Not at that moment. I didn't know what day.
Okay, you didn't know the exact day,
Yes.
but you knew the trip was planned.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you started to do the online school at the beginning of October, and you stayed in online school until the 18th of October. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when on the 18th of October, 4 o'clock in the morning rolled around, you decided that you didn't want to go to Iraq, right?
Yes.
Prior to that point, at 4 o'clock in the morning on the day you were scheduled to leave, you had not discussed that with your parents, had you?
I did not discuss that.
Okay, so you made a decision at 4 a.m. just to run away.
No, not at 4 a.m.
Okay, so you made the decision prior to that.
Yes.
Okay, so you'd been thinking about it.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't discuss that with anyone?
Yes.
Didn't discuss it with Haneen
I did not.
or your mother
Yes.
or your father?
Yes.
Okay. So, you said earlier in your testimony that you found out from you overheard your mother talking with your aunt about going to Iraq.
Yes.
When was that?
I don't know what day.
Okay. Was that before the online school or after the online school?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you were going to Iraq, you were traveling with your mother
Yes.
and your sister Nora
Yes.
and your 2 younger brothers.
Yes.
Your father was staying at home to work,
Yes.
and Haneen was staying at home to work and go to school, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you left home at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 18th, did you plan to stay at home while your mom was gone?
Can you repeat that for me?
When you left home at 4 o'clock in the morning, did you expect to stay at home when your mom was gone?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't have a plan at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Now, your dad was gone 14 hours a day at work, right?
Yes.
And Haneen was gone to school and to work, right?
Yes.
Because that would have left you home alone, right?
Yes.
And that's part of the reason you were scheduled to go to Iraq, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because your parents didn't want you home alone, did they?
Yes.
So, you also said earlier during your direct testimony that you felt safe at school,
Yes.
but you didn't go to school very often, did you?
Yes.
You skipped a lot of school.
Yeah.
Okay. During the course of the day on the 18th, when you were in touch with the school, did you ever think to call your parents and tell them where you were?
Can you repeat that for me?
When you were at school on the 18th, did you ever think to call your parents and tell them where you were?
No.
And was that because you were concerned that they would be unhappy with you?
Yes.
You said when your dad came to the school that he looked, well, you said you were talking with him in a calm manner at first, right?
Yes.
And that he got more upset when you were telling him that you weren't coming home, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you had made that decision not to go home without consulting with your parents at all, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you talked to Isaiah about that as well?
No.
Okay. But when you were at school, you were talking with your dad, Isaiah was standing right there.
Yes.
And he began pushing your dad at some point.
I don't recall.
Okay, you said that Isaiah was standing next to you, he was patting you, which was making your dad upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Isaiah was putting himself between you, right?
No.
He was not putting himself between you?
Can you please repeat that for me?
Was Isaiah standing between you and your father
No.
at any point?
No. Not that I remember.
All right. Now, you mentioned, too, to the prosecutor when they were asking you that you have previously testified in a court hearing, is that right?
Yes.
And you were placed under oath at that time, right?
Yes.
And when you were placed under oath, you gave answers that were not true?
Yes.
And so you knowingly did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something, do you lie often?
No.
Do you lie when you get upset?
No.
You lie when you think people are going to get mad at you?
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody's going to be upset, you might lie to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have a short break, please?
Members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask that the bailiffs come forward and take you back to the jury room for about a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
on. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Well, I asked, do you think the defense will go hard on FATIMA? Will question but with reserve. That was 52%. Will question but with reserve. Go hard on FATIMA, 28%. I think they're going hard on her. Dance around and be gentle, 10%. No cross at all, 8%. That was wishful thinking. So she met with school because she wasn't attending. Mom and Haneen were there, and they thought online school might be better. One reason, because she didn't get into 504 plan. What's 504 plan? What is 504 plan? What is 504 plan? Ensure students with disabilities have equal access to education by providing accommodations and support with general education setting. So she has a disability. Oh boy. All right. One reason, because you didn't get the 504 plan, she's like, I didn't decide. I didn't decide this. Mom decided this. She was planning to travel to Iraq. No. When they talked a few months earlier, she had said that. So she says no, she wasn't planning on traveling to Iraq, but apparently they met a couple months before, probably for a deposition. Travel wasn't with the school district. Not just that, but to go to Iraq. So changing schools because of attendance problems. I didn't talk to the school district. I talked to my mom. So now she says she knew the trip to Iraq was planned. She made the decision to run away prior to 4 a.m. She didn't discuss it with anyone. She overheard her mom and her aunt talking. She was going to go with her mom, Nora, 2 younger brothers. Her dad and Haneen were going to stay home. So dad works 14 hours a day. Haneen was working or going to school or something. I think working as well. So she would be home alone. So her parents didn't want her home alone. That was part of the reason for her to go to Iraq. Ugh, this is making me just feel really icky. I feel really icky. She didn't go to school very often. She skipped school, so she had an attendance problem. She didn't think to call her parents and tell them where she was because they would be unhappy with her. Did Isaiah start pushing your dad? She's like, I don't recall. Isaiah was patting her, which made her dad upset. Was Isaiah standing between you and your father? She's like, not that I remember. She had previously testified and she told lies knowingly. Do you lie often? Oh, God. She's like, no. If someone is going to upset you, you might lie, though. Yep. So she might lie if someone's going to. And then she asked for a short break. Oh, man. Icky. Right, Kelly? Ugh. God, this poor girl. Well, he's being effective, but I don't think he's winning points. We could do a poll. Let's see. What is this line of questioning? Let's see. What is this? All right, what is this line of questioning doing to the jury? Let's see. Sorry, I'm working on a poll here. I only have a certain number of characters. Okay. Got a new poll for you guys. New poll. Mallory says it's pissing them off. I'd be pissed off if I was the jury right now. All right, got a new poll out there for you. New poll. We got a new poll. Oh my goodness. Awesome Potamus. I don't know how her truancy negates her father choking her out in public next to at least 20 witnesses. I know, right? Great handle, by the way. Awesome Potamus. Phyllis says she knew about going to Iraq but didn't know the day until she overheard the conversation. Stacy says, not a popular opinion. He's doing okay, but not going to help at all. Jane, yes, that is Fatima. She is on the stand. Victim is on the stand. We have it pinned to our top. Also, if you guys have questions, check out our description. I see a lot of you are asking about, we only have a half hour more to go. A lot of you are asking what the charges are. We have it in our description. It's too many to list. It's too many to list. I want to check all three lower choices, Nanar says. Northwest says the crime is strangling her, so what if she ran away, skipped school? Yeah, she could be. Well, here then it gets into like victim shaming. Like, oh, well, the victim asked to be, harassed. The victim asked to be essayed. The victim asked to be shot. All that stuff. It's that old, oh, well, they were wearing a certain outfit, so they were, you know how it is. Judd Dumbbell's attorney, yeah. Mr. Pryor, John Pryor. Rich Ante says Fatima is giving honest answers. What defense do they have? Yeah, you're right, Sandra. This is what they have to do. They have to attack her credibility. They have to go after, why didn't you tell your parents that you didn't want to go? That's their main thing. Why didn't you tell your parents that you didn't want to go? Because they wouldn't take that. They wouldn't take no for an answer, and I was going no matter what. So I said, F you, and right. Okay, what did Widespread? What did you find? Whoa, Southern Gal, hold on. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'm giving what I found to Squeegee. Okay. What? All right. Widespread, I guess, put it in our Washington versus Ali, I guess. Rich Ante says, doesn't seem like they were open to her opinion. No, I don't think so. Kathy says, I think she's being so careful answering because she doesn't know if she'll be safe from them. Yeah, I don't think so either. Doesn't seem like it. Danny says they should get to ask her why she was going to Iraq, not just simply she needed to be watched. The judge ruled on she can't say abused, but she can say everything else, but she can't use that word. And what was the judge's ruling? I don't know if, let's see. Hold on a sec. Trying to think what the judge said. Oh, got a crazy little kitty going on here. Super Bowl's getting nuts. Hold on, let me see what she said. I don't know if let's see. So she can't use the word, she can't use abuse. Let's see, she was concerned. Many reasons why she didn't feel safe. She can testify to that. The details as to why she didn't feel safe, other than she was there before, but not the details. What happened a year ago is unfair prejudice, and the state still has the ability to argue even with this limitation. She was concerned she would be abused in Iraq. She can't use the word abused. How she was treated by parents won't come in. So she can't say how she was treated by her parents. Fatima liked certain portions of Iraq. She didn't like others. This was all earlier in the day. Sherry M says, do you notice mom is not looking at her? For the most part, yeah. For the most part, occasionally mom will look at her, but I'd say like 90%, 95% of the time, she's not looking at her. But Dad is definitely looking at her. Do you want to go out, buddy? Want to go out? Get some fresh air? Want to go out? Yay, nay? All right. Want to go out? All right. Take your time. That was a reluctant going out. Rafa reluctantly went out. Usually he goes blazing out. That was reluctant. Right. Yeah, Mallory, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. But her 504 is relevant. Right. And being truant, not wanting to go to school, all about control, real happy. I agree. Capri made it back in. You guys handling this okay? Hard stuff? I think so. Yeah, all you got to do, 504, Jennifer, is something to do with a disability. Has something to do with, in Washington, ensure students with disabilities have equal access to education. So she has some kind of disability. All right, so court is back, but we don't have sound yet. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side of the break. We'll just...
Please be seated. Mr. Kading, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, Fatima. Now, one other thing. You had indicated on direct examination that there was no return flight from Iraq. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that not because your mom was going there to get your brother's passports?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking to me on May 1st?
Yes.
And we talked about that issue?
I don't remember that.
Let me hand you exhibit 525. Your Honor, sorry, may I approach the witness
Yes.
with exhibit 525? Miss Ali, if I could have you read lines 6 through
What page?
14 of page 74. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Retrieve the document. So, Miss Ali, one of the points of going to Iraq was to get your brother's passports, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was so that they could travel to Iraq without having to get visas in the future, right?
Yes.
And you and the rest of the family already had your Iraqi passports, right?
Yes, an old one.
Right. And so your mom didn't know how long it was going to be for those passports to get made, did she?
I don't know that.
Assumption, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you talk to your mom about that?
No.
Okay. Just one final question. Then you said that you didn't communicate well with your parents,
Yes.
right? And was that because you often didn't tell them things?
Sometimes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for being here. If you had to say whether you were closer to your mom or your dad, is it correct in saying you're closer to your mom?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
So if I asked you, are you closer to your mom or your dad, you would say that you're closer to your mom. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about October 18th, the day of this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was a Friday,
Yes.
and that there was a trip planned later that afternoon, right?
Yes.
And you had made a decision at some point before that to not make yourself available for that trip, correct?
Yes.
And so that was kind of the point of running away that particular day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your parents had a pretty good idea of kind of what you had at your disposal. And let me explain that question. For example, they knew that you didn't have a cell phone at the time, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you that you raise your voice just a little bit because you're very soft-spoken, okay? You weren't working at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you probably didn't have a lot of savings, right?
Yes.
And by your own account, you didn't necessarily have a plan as to where to go, right?
Yes.
And so you left at 4 o'clock in the morning, and did you set an alarm?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. You shook
sorry.
your head yes.
I said yes.
Okay. And I will say that this is true for every witness in terms of having to be corrected as to yes or no. All right. So you had so when you went to bed on the 17th, you had a plan. You're going to wake up essentially in the middle of the night, early morning, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you knew that at some point your parents are going to wake up and find you gone, right?
Yes.
Did you have your own bedroom?
No.
Who did you share a bedroom with?
My little brother.
Okay. And how old was the brother that you shared a bedroom with?
6 years old.
6 years old? Okay. And so was he a heavy sleeper?
A little bit.
And so you were able to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and not wake your brother up, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't say anything to your little brother when you left, fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So your parents wake up, and at some point in the morning they figure out that you are gone, right?
Yeah.
Or at least that was what you would assume. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't leave a note, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't like you had a car at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as they knew that you have just disappeared, right?
Right.
And they don't have any idea kind of where you are, correct? Correct? They don't know where you are, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, they wouldn't be able to track a cell phone, correct?
Right.
You didn't tell them where you were, right?
Yes.
And there's no note, right?
Yes.
So, you know, they may have ideas where you may be, but they don't necessarily know where you are, correct?
Yes.
And they don't know if you're safe, right?
Right.
Okay. You described kind of your mom as being worried at varying points in this day, correct?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
So, at times you've described her demeanor as worried about you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously about your condition at the school after this incident, right? You described her as worried at that point, right?
Yes.
You, earlier in the day, you indicated that you had seen, or you thought you may have seen, either your dad, your mom, or your sister, or some combination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was right at the sidewalk in the road near the Safeway and Walmart.
And this is before school?
Before school.
Okay. And did you draw a conclusion as to whether they were searching for you at that point?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion? That they were searching?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at that point?
I didn't see anybody. I just saw cars.
Okay.
Familiar cars.
And was it one car?
No. No.
So what cars did you see?
My dad's and my mom's car.
Okay. And were they traveling together or in close vicinity or separate?
Close vicinity?
Okay. And were you able to see who was in the car?
No.
And do you think that they saw you based on the proximity to where you were?
Yes.
And your conclusion is that they may have seen you?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was to then hide, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was no verbal communication back and forth at all. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about this trip that you've kind of learned about in the week or so beforehand, correct?
Yes.
And Mom had a conversation with you about kind of what it made sense to pack, right?
Yes.
And was that a conversation that occurred in your room or somewhere else?
Downstairs.
Downstairs. Was anybody else present?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it's just you and Mom having this, and Mom's like, okay, we're going to go on a trip to Iraq in the afternoon on Friday the 18th. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay, what information were you provided?
To pack clothes.
Okay, for a trip to Iraq.
Yes.
And but you knew it was on Friday the 18th, is that right?
Not by my mom.
Okay, and was that, you tell me, how did you find out it was on the 18th specifically?
From my sister, Henning.
Okay, all right. And you believed that that was accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have talked about that you felt like it was to basically get you out of Olympia, correct?
Can you repeat that for me?
Like, they were taking you in part because they didn't want you to be with Isaiah. Is that one of the things you were suspecting?
Yes.
Okay. You've also talked about that your mom was kind of lonely, right?
Yes.
And she missed her sister, correct?
Yes.
And that was also one of the reasons for the trip?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have kind of the description of what happened at the school, and you're walking across the parking lot, and we saw you on exhibits 1 through 4 kind of show your path to the jurors, correct?
Yes.
And you saw it was a green truck, is that right?
A gray truck.
Oh, I'm sorry, a gray truck. My hearing is not as good as it once was. Okay, so a gray truck. And you saw it and you're thinking, could be my dad, I hope it's not my dad. Is that fair?
Yes.
And were you able to see inside the truck?
No, I avoided to see inside the truck.
Okay. And so, so you have no idea if the people in the truck saw you because you were kind of avoiding eye contact. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you then go to the bus stop and then you see or are told that your dad is approaching, correct?
Yes.
And so you're not surprised at this point because you were clued off as far as the gray truck, correct?
Yes.
And so at this point you have no idea whether your dad is with anybody at this point, correct?
Yes.
You don't see your mom, correct?
Yes.
And you don't see your sister Haneen, correct?
Yes.
Or your sister Noor?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then you talk about this conversation with your dad where you describe him as calm in terms of his voice, and he's having a conversation with you initially, correct?
Yes.
And did you see him walk up to you? Were you able to see him approach you?
No, I avoided that.
Okay. So somebody told you dad was coming and then you avoided? Is that what happened?
No, I just didn't look behind me.
Okay. And so at what point do you know that your dad, does he call out to you? Or at what point do you realize my dad is actually here?
When I turn around?
Okay. So you turn around and he's how far away from you?
Right beside me.
Okay.
In front of me.
Is it okay? So you turn to him and you're face to face having a conversation.
Yes.
And he didn't run up on you, correct?
Yes.
And didn't have his hands raised initially, correct?
Yes.
And he's just having a a calm conversation with you, correct?
Yes.
And is that conversation in English, in Arabic, or a combination?
In Arabic.
Okay. And is that common for you?
With my parents?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're in the house, the primary language is the primary language Arabic?
Yes.
Is it almost exclusive when it's just family?
Sometimes we can speak English, but most of the time we're supposed to speak Arabic.
Okay. And so there was nothing about him speaking Arabic to you that was like, okay, I'm in trouble because he's speaking to me in Arabic, whereas normally he speaks in English. It was just, this is how you would normally converse, correct?
Yes.
And if somebody was to watch kind of the initial approach, there was nothing that you've described as unusual about this approach. He didn't run to you, and he's not yelling at you initially. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we've heard you describe kind of how things kind of went downhill from there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the confrontation with your dad, correct?
Can you rephrase that for me?
So I'm just kind of breaking it up. So we started out by turning around and there was kind of a calm conversation in Arabic, correct?
Yes.
And then the conversation somewhat escalated, correct?
Yes.
And then there was some physical confrontation between Isaiah and your dad, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. And I should also just say, I appreciate you saying that what you don't remember, because all I want to talk about is what you do remember, okay? So you do remember a physical confrontation with you and your dad, correct?
Yes.
And that, as you described, is more of your dad's actions as opposed to you responding. Fair?
Can you rephrase that for me, please?
Absolutely. So what you've described is you're not fighting with your dad.
Yes.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And so your dad has his arms around you, and you remember kind of your own hand coming up into view. You have a memory of that.
Yes.
Okay. And your memory, as you've described, is kind of, you remember certain pieces. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, when the initial calm conversation started, you did not see your mom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't tell you mom's in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have no idea whether she is still driving somewhere else in Olympia in her car. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. So then you are kind of I'm just going back through my notes. You kind of have these images, a lady holding a phone, and you feel the dirt on your face. You've described that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall that you were speaking or that you were able to breathe. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you then start to kind of regain consciousness, correct?
Yes.
And you suddenly realize that you are no longer in your dad's grasp. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're still somewhat on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And your mom is behind you and has her arms around you, correct?
Yeah.
And she is saying, my daughter, correct?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many times she said that?
I don't remember.
Okay. You have described that you felt like your mom was trying to protect you from the chaos. Do you remember that?
Can you explain that to me?
Okay. It was a very chaotic event, correct?
Yes.
And that's just from what you remember, correct?
Yes.
And there are pictures that you have seen that the state, Heather Stone showed you, that kind of showed more than you remember. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that would appear to be very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people around, right?
Verbal response.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And you are at times standing, correct?
Yes.
And at times you were on the ground, correct?
Yes.
At times you were bent over, right?
Yes.
And there's different positions with your dad, correct?
Yes.
And there appears to be a large number of students around attempting to intervene, correct?
Yes.
So somebody who's looking at this from the outside, a fair description would appear to be that this is a very chaotic event, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so you wake up, you're kind of seated on the ground?
I was like sitting and like kind of leaning down on the ground.
Okay. And your mom is behind you, right?
Yes.
And so your back isn't on the ground. Your legs and bottom may be sitting on the ground, but you're kind of bent at the waist. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And your mom is on the ground behind you with her arms around you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had a lot of pain at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Pain in your neck?
Yes.
Pain in your throat?
Yes.
Okay. And you're somewhat confused at this point, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, I think Ms. Stone asked you how long this happened, or how long this was going on. And you said, I don't know, right?
Yes.
Which makes sense, right?
Right.
Okay. So you kind of were coming to, and you felt pain in your neck, right?
Yes.
And you didn't necessarily know what had happened, right?
Right.
And you wanted to communicate to your mom that your neck hurt, right?
Yes.
Because you were confused and in a position you had never been in before. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you then wanted to get words out to your mom to say, hey, my neck hurts, right?
Yes.
And you have described repeatedly that you were not able to tell your mom what you felt, right?
Yeah.
And that was because of the pain in your neck, correct?
Yes.
The difficulty swallowing,
Yes.
the raspy voice,
Yes.
and the fact that you were just kind of coming in and out, getting better, but coming out of consciousness. Fair?
Yes.
And you described that you didn't think that your mom was trying to hurt you.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You have shared with the police and with others that you felt like your mom wasn't trying to hurt you. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was what your conclusion was at the hospital when you talked to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about her being worried, particularly at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Scared?
Yeah.
Sad?
Yes.
The prosecutor said, was it normal for your dad to hold you that way? Was it normal for your mom to hold you that way? You had never been in anything like this before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, normal or not normal, your mom is just there holding you as you regain consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe her voice as she's saying, my daughter, my daughter?
Yelling?
Yelling?
Yeah.
Was she yelling at the other people, trying to have them stay away? Was she just yelling out loud?
I have no idea.
Okay. So we had a chance to talk with you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
On Zoom? Ms. Stone was there. I was there. Mr. Kading was there. And that was on Zoom, right?
Right.
And were you in the same room as Ms. Stone? As Heather?
Yes.
And then I was on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And so was Mr. Kading?
Yes.
Okay. And I think they've shown you some transcripts of various conversations. Do you remember telling me when I asked you about the tone of my daughter, And you described the tone as sad?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me... Okay. All right. So I'm holding Exhibit 525. Can I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so this is the transcript from May 1st, okay? And I can show you the page if you'd like, but I'll have you go to page 55. Can I approach again, Your Honor, just for sure?
Yes.
So what I'm looking at is start on line 19 and just read to the bottom of that page. And you said that you felt like she was saying it to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll have you turn to the next page. And I asked you about her tone on line 18 of 56, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. So 18, what was her tone like? Okay, and just read down from there. And when I asked you about her tone, was it loud? What was angry? And your answer was it was sad.
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of that page, on line 7, I asked you, does your mom primarily speak English, Arabic, or a mixture? You remember that?
Yes.
And you said primarily Arabic, correct?
Yes.
And then you offered she doesn't know much English. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Would you say that her ability to speak English is better than her ability to read English? If you know.
Can you rephrase that for me, please?
Absolutely. So, if somebody started speaking to your mom in English and then handed something written in English, from what you have observed, does she appear to understand English better when speaking or when she's reading it?
Speaking.
Okay. Does she read English?
No.
So it's not very long that your mom's holding you, correct?
I don't know.
I mean, fair enough. From when you kind of regained consciousness to when you started running to the school, we're talking about a pretty short period of time. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple of minutes or less?
I woke up in her arms, so I have no idea.
So, and I'm speaking from the point that you woke up to the time that you started running away. How would you characterize that period of time?
Like about a couple minutes.
Okay. And then she went with you or toward the school, correct?
Yes.
But then she wasn't able to catch up to you, or did not catch up to you, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't see her again?
Yes.
Okay. I know we're up against the time. I just want to see if I can be done. I really appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, I'm going to ask the bailiffs to bring you forward. It's at the end of our day, and so we are going to be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just a couple of things. You probably think I'm like a broken record, but please remember all of the instructions that I have given you. Please continue to be vigilant in ensuring that you do not view, hear, see, communicate anything related to this case. And truly thank you for your time and your attention. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All right, hang in there, guys. I'll do a recap in a second. They have to break at specific times. They start at 9, they leave at 4:30. So hold on.
Ms. Stone or Ms. O, can you please indicate?
All right, this happened last time too, yesterday. They're going all over all the stuff, and yet they mute it. I don't understand why they mute this. What's the big deal? All right, we'll stay here in case they come back. Redirect will definitely be tomorrow. Yep, they're going to start with redirect and then recross and then possibly redirect. So she'll probably be on the stand for a little bit longer, maybe half hour. Redirect maybe like 20 minutes or so, because there's two lawyers. There's actually two lawyers. And I thought Mr. Leary, who is Zahra's attorney, was much more gentle. Ihsan's lawyer came in definitely a lot harder.
Larry. Thank you. We will be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, court's in recess.
All right, so then that concludes that. All right, I got to change. I got to change this. Now we know Fatima's name, and she's 18. So I got to change that. All right, so so Mr. Keating, hold on. Yes, Eric Keating is Ihsan's defense, and Timothy Leary. I always chuckle when I say that. Timothy Leary is Zahra's defense. I thought he went a lot softer. He wasn't as aggressive, but she took a break, right? So we were in the middle of her cross. She took a break because he was catching her. Previously, she had testified, and he was saying, "Well, you lie under oath. You know, if someone is going to upset you, you might lie." And she said yes. So at that point, she's like, "I'd like to take a break." So after the break, no return ticket. There was no return ticket because it was going to get their brother's passport. So they're just dancing around this whole thing. Like, we still saw the video. You still choked her out. You still put her in this death chokehold. How is that? How is going to Iraq for your brother's passports have anything to do with dad literally put a chokehold on you? Like, what is that? I just don't understand. All right, so she doesn't recall saying that. So he's like, well, we talked about that on May 1st. And she's like, she was asked to read lines 6 through 14. So that at one point, They were going to go get her brother's passports. She already had one. So mom didn't know how long it would take. But she didn't talk to her about that. So that's why it was a one-way ticket. So because they were going to go get passports and they didn't know how long it was going to take, and that's fine. I mean that makes sense. Sure, that makes sense. But there's a history of this. I mean, if she didn't have any concerns or worries, she'd be like, yeah, let's go. I don't care. But she obviously had a history. She obviously had a concern. That's why she didn't want to go. She didn't communicate well with her parents because she didn't tell them things. Well, she tried to tell them and they wouldn't listen to her. That's the other thing that came out. But all right, so that was Dad's defense, Mr. Keating, and then Mom's defense, which is Mr. Leary, comes up. So she says she's closer to her mom than her dad. The point of running away was to not go to Iraq. Her parents didn't know, so her parents knew she didn't have a cell phone. She wasn't working, so she didn't have savings. She set an alarm that morning. She shared a bedroom with her 6-year-old brother. A little interesting. She's 17, he's 6. I would think she would want some privacy, but that's just the way it is. She didn't leave a note, so she didn't have a car. So as far as they knew, you just disappeared. So here parents are concerned. They're worried. Oh my gosh. So what better way to say I'm worried and concerned about you than putting your neck in my arm and trying to choke you? I just do not understand the reasoning. I don't get that line of questioning. So let's see. So she saw both Dad and Mom in their car, so she hid. She believed they were taking her to Iraq to get away from Isaiah. Another reason was her mom missed her sister. Okay, fine. Hey, that's all well and good. It still doesn't justify you choking her. I don't get it. I don't get it. She avoided seeing inside the truck. So she turns. Dad is there. So he didn't run up on her. He didn't have his hands raised. So he approached her very mildly. They had a calm conversation in Arabic. Fine. If someone were to watch, there was nothing unusual about his approach. All right, cool. Yep, everything's cool so far. She's not fighting with Dad. Yep, no problem. His arms were around her. And then she kind of loses consciousness because, Dad started to choke her into unconsciousness. She didn't see her mom at the initial conversation. Dad didn't say she was there. Mom had her arms around her saying, my daughter, my daughter. The video is showing more than she remembers. She had pain in her neck and throat. She had difficulty swallowing. She didn't think Mom was trying to hurt her. That was objected to. She has told others her mom wasn't trying to hurt her. She said Mom was worried, scared, and sad. So Mom was yelling, my daughter, and has no idea if she was yelling for people to get away or not. So in the deposition that she took on May 1st, the tone was, my daughter was sad. She doesn't remember that. But then, so in the May 1st transcript, she says, yep, she said, that she felt that Mom thought, yep, that's Polly. Mom speaks primarily Arabic and doesn't know English very well, but understands English better speaking than reading it. So then we took a vote. We took a poll. What is this line of questioning doing to the jury? They feel sorry for FATIMA, 43%. They see FATIMA is still honest, 29%. They want this to end, 16%. And they think the parents are not guilty, 10%. So Super Bowl. That's actually not Super Bowl. That's Polly. That's Polly screaming up a storm. Super Bowl's right there. There's Super Bowl right there. So Super Bowl's right there. Polly's hollering up a storm. It's really raining right now. I don't know if she's going into heat again. I have an appointment with her for next Thursday, but there's no guarantee that they're going to do the procedure there. I may have to come back. If the vet has a time, then she'll do it there and then. With Rafa, I just took him in and they did it right there and then. I got to call back and sort that out. But then next week is Stearns too, so then there's that. Curviel, scary. She lost consciousness 4 times. Rich Auntie says witnesses said they saw Mom choking her. Whoever says, but her mom was also holding her against her will, which is still not okay, especially not by the neck. I agree. Shore Life, I watched the kitten video. You have some little escape artists in the house. Yeah. Yeah, they're we let them out. After I finish this stream, I'm going to go let them out because it's fun. They're starting to explore. They're starting to jump over the little barriers that we have created. They're getting pretty interesting. Kimmy says, "Love your kitties." Thank you. Nan says, "Nana, our Polly is the new mama for those who are new." Oh, Shirley Roth. Hope you are going in the right direction. Yeah, I think she's going into heat, unfortunately. Psychosaurus Rex says, Super Bowl is like, yeah, chat, you're darn right, that wasn't me. Sarah, you have 6 kittens. Okay, so we had Super Bowl, then we came up here, and for 2 years, nothing, and then all of a sudden, Rafa and Polly adopted us. So now we have a Ginger and we have Polly. Then she got pregnant, had four kittens. They're 5 weeks old now. We're going to keep all of them. Then we have another black cat that just adopted us. So we're up to 8 cats. Oof, it's getting a little out of control. Donna, we have a vet that drives a van right to your driveway and fixes them. Boy, I wish we had that. I have to put them, well, the vet are here. I put them in their kennel, right, cage, whatever, crate, and no problem, boom. It's like 10 minutes away. There's 2 or 3 places that are like half hour away, but and they're feral cats, so I have to get a feral approved cage for them. That's going to be traumatic. Then I got to drop them off in the morning. Then I got to go back and pick them up. So again, half hour, 45 minutes away. It's just the inconvenience is terrible. And those are like suggested donations, which would be perfect. But for Polly and Rafa, it's expensive. So we're looking at some serious change to get these guys all fixed. So, Lacey Gardner, your son has 11 cats. Wow. Kitty Whisperer, yeah, I know it's getting a little out of control. That's for sure. Mo Freedom, Polly and Superball are very outspoken. I love it. Jenny says, my cats hate when the carrier comes out. Both of mine were feral as well. Heartless Soul, I mean, we have over 30 barn cats all with names, all fixed that we could catch. Yeah, you got to catch them or else it's just ridiculous. They usually don't spay when in heat. I spoke to the vet. It's like an extra $100 and some odd, so they will do it. Widespread panic. You know what that means? Trial TV Live needs more super stickers. I'm not gonna. Yeah. All right. I hear what. No, not gonna. Gingers are so pretty. Black cats too. It would be easier to move to your state, Illinois, where when we lived down in West Palm. There's a place called Peggy Adams, and that's where we got Superball fixed. You just catch her, drop her off, and pick her up. Now that was like a half hour away, but I wasn't doing YouTube. I wasn't. I had the ability at that time to take off the half hour without missing a beat. Now with YouTube, it's a little bit more challenging to just say, okay, I'm going to take off, for an hour. I got to run the stream. So a little bit more challenging, but we'll sort it out. We will sort it out. Oh, here's Superball. Meow. Hey. Hi. You guys can say hello? Come here. Hi. Come say hello to the wonderful people. Hi. Hi, little meow meow. Meow. Hi. Come say hello. So this is Superball for those that are new. Hi. Hi. Look up here. What's up here? Hey. What's up there? Oh, there's Superball. What's up here? Hey. Hi. Boop. So that's Superball. Oh, and then I get a bite. And then she bites me. All right, you guys. That's it for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all. Shore Life, Superball. Yep. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to our cats. Thank you to chat for joining us. We appreciate you all. And we'll see you again tomorrow. 11:45 we'll start. So trial starts at 9 o'clock Pacific. 12 o'clock Eastern. Come here, Polly. There's Polly. Come here. Little Polly's down there. It's hard to see her because Superball's in the way. Hi. You want to come up here? Here, let me see if I can get her to come up. Come here. Where are you? Come here, little floof. Little flooferton. Oh, come here. Oh, I know. Oh, here's little Polly. Here's little Polly. Hi. That's a good girl. I know. Okay. All right. Raining out. All right. All right, guys. That's it for me. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, there she is. There's Polly. We call her little floof, her little tail. She's a little flooferton. Flooferton tailton. All right, guys. Have a great night. Have a good evening. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Aaron. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Polly says, meow. See you guys.